Hello, welcome to IO Codes. In this video tutorial, we are going to be looking at how to develop a full stack banking application with Spring Boot and React. This video tutorial or the project is divided into two parts, of which the first part is what we are currently looking at, and this first part will be developed with Spring Boot and PostgresQL, while the second part will be developed with Reactjs and Tailwind CSS for the styling of the client application. Now, until then, when we start developing our client application, we are going to be making use of Postman and Testfully to test all of the logic that we are going to be implementing inside of our server application. And to develop this backend application, we are going to be making use of IntelliJ IDE. Now, IntelliJ IDE is my preferred IDE, but then you can go ahead and make use of any IDE of your choice. In addition to IntelliJ, we are going to be installing a couple of plugins. One of those plugins is an AI agent which is called Tabnine. So Tabnine is going to be generating some of the codes for this particular application, while some other time we generate or hard code ourselves. We are doing this as a result of the fact that there is inefficiency most of the time from the data that we are going to be getting from this AI tool, and this is due to a term known as hallucinations. More on that when we start the development of our banking application. In addition to the Tabnine plugin that we are going to be installing inside of IntelliJ, we'll go ahead and install JpaBuddy. Now, if that sounds familiar, due to the presence of the JPA before the body, it's due to the fact that JpaBuddy is a plugin that kind of facilitates how we use our application to connect to our database. It helps us generate methods that hibernate, can infer what we want from the database. So more on that when we start the development of our application. Now, without much further ado, let's take a deep dive into the application we want to develop. Now, here's the dashboard of a current logged in user of our finished application. So we have the list of accounts for Maxwell, and when we take a close look at the account tab, we can see that we have the balance as 2, indicating the number of accounts that is being owned by this particular logged in user. And when I switch from the USD to the NGN, we can see that we now have the balance of the NGN account specified and the account number. Now, the account number for these two different currency account type is different. Okay, take note of that. And here we can go ahead and create a new account. And to create a new account, we select the type of account we are planning to create from the drop down list that is available for our banking application, and after which we can go ahead and create the bank account. In addition to what we all have here, we have a list of transactions, and this transaction page specifies all of the transactions, or perhaps the last 10 transactions that are being carried out by this user. And in addition to that, we have our card page, and here this card page provides the details of the card that is associated with our logged in user. In addition to all of the features that are inside of this application, we have a feature of converting currencies between different currency pairs. Now we have the USD and the USD being stated as well. We can change that value to NGN, and we are going to be getting the exchange rates from the currency API at real time for the development of this spectacular application. Now, without much further ado, let us quickly initialize or perhaps bootstrap our Spring Boot application with the use of the Spring Initilzr website. Now, before we get started with bootstrapping our application, I'd love to at first let you know that this video is a bit lengthy, but it will be of much more benefits to you if you can stick all the way through from the beginning to the ending. I've also provided timestamp in the video for you so that you can directly switch to any part of the video that is of major concern to what you want to develop. Now, in addition to that, if this is your first time of coming across this channel, please do subscribe to my channel, give this video a thumbs up to help the YouTube algorithm as well as ping that bell icon so that when the part 2 of this video goes live and even more of my coming video, you'll always get notified.
So now we have to start off with the development of our application. And to do that, we need to bootstrap our Spring Boot application from the Spring Initilzr website. So I'm going to open up my browser and I want to head over to start.spring.io. We will have to provide all the necessary informations in order for us to bootstrap our application. Right here, we need to provide the informations that are necessary. Take, for example, our group ID. That should be iocode.web.app for me. And the demo of our application should simply be iobank. You can choose any artifact name of your choice, but that is what I'm choosing. Now for the description, I'm simply going to say a simple bank project with Spring Boot. Let me correct my spelling. So this should be Spring Boot. And I want to take out this part from my package name. So just simply have iocode.web.app. I have the version of Java JDK 21 and 17 inside of my PC. So I'll just stick with version 21. And why for the dependencies, we have to add a couple of dependencies. We start with that of the web, and holding the control key and clicking on enter, I'll have to choose the web. The next one is for Lombok. So just to reduce the amount of boilerplate code, so I'm going to add this dependency as well. Now we have to add one for our DBMS, which happens to be Postgres. So I'll click on it to add that as well. Now we have to add that of JPA, and one more dependency to include would be that of Spring Security. The reason for that is that we are going to be making use of the authentication object from Spring Security extensively in determining what actions can be carried out by an authenticated user. Okay, and we are also going to be making use of this authenticated entity to validate the user itself. So I'm going to click on my control key and enter, and that should be all for now. And if we are going to be needing any other dependencies as we build the project, we are going to make use of Tabnine to generate the snippet for us, and then we add it to our pom.xml file. But for now, this should be sufficient for us to get started with the development of our application. So to generate, I'm simply going to click on this generate button, and we should have our project generated already. So I'm going to click on this to open it up inside of my drive. Right now, I just simply want to cut it out from this part. I'll move over to my downloads, and inside of my C drive, I'll create a new folder. I'll simply call this folder bank project works. Okay, now right inside of here, I'm going to paste my file. Now inside of this my bank project works, we are going to have both the server, that is the backend, as well as the client application inside of it. So right now I only have the server application, which we just bootstrapped, and we are going to start developing our application now. So I'll open it up, and right at the top I'll simply use the keyword IDS64 and a period to open our project inside of IntelliJ. So while our project is opening up, we don't have to waste much time. I want to show you a brief overview of the different entities that our application will be made up of. So while it's still loading and trying to build up the Marvin dependency, let us take a look at what we have here. So this is our EROD diagram, I'll simply expand this a little bit and zoom in so we have a proper view of all of the different entities that our class or our project contains. So we have our user, and our user happens to be the principal object of this application. Now the user is going to be the first model we define. Then we have to define our account model, followed by our card model, and then our transactions model. So we have this diagram depicting the kind of relationship that exists between these different models or different entities of our application. Take for example our user and our card. These two particular models have a one-to-one kind of relationship. That is why we have a single arrow depicting the relationship between these two entities. And now for our user and the account entity, there is a kind of relationship known as a one-to-many relationship. So a user would have multiple accounts, but these accounts are of unique currency type. It implies that a single user can only have a single USD account and not more than just a single USD account. In cases where a user is trying to create multiple accounts of the same currency type, an exception will be thrown. So that implies that we have to provide proper validations during the creation of an account by a user. Now for our user to the transactions entity, there is also a one-to-many relationship. But this transactions entity alone is not just associated with a user, with just the user. Now the user is associated with the card, which in turn is associated with the list of transactions that has been carried out with that particular card. In that scenario, the user also owns that transactions, and this also applies to the account. The account has a one-to-many relationship with that feed of the transactions. It implies that any account that belongs to this user, the transactions belonging to that account as well belongs to that user. So that is how we come about these relationships. Now to get a much more proper view, these are the different feeds that will be defined for our card entity, and these are the different feeds that will be defined for our user entity. And some of these feeds happens to be unique. Take for example the email and the tag. And the tag is a feed that we are going to be generating on our own part using the email of that particular created user. Now with all of this stated, I believe my application has already started, and I think we'll be ready to start implementation of our logic. Before we get started, we have to include the plugins for Tabnine as well as JpaBuddy, because these are tools we want to make use of in the generation or creation of our application. Okay, to do that, we simply have to click on this hamburger menu we have at the top, and we want to move over to settings. And while at settings, we are going to be looking for plugins. So we have this plugin right here, so I'll click on it. We have to search using the search bar for Tabnine inside of the marketplace. So right here we have inside of the install tab, but we want to search for these plugins in our marketplace. So you click on this marketplace tab, and you have to provide the name of the plugin you are in search of. So right now we are going to simply search for Tabnine, and we discover that we have two different Tabnines here. So we are using Tabnine AI code completion. I have this checked icon to indicate that I already have this particular plugin inside of my code editor, so I no longer need to install it. But on your part, you'll be presented with this install button, so you click on the install button to install it, and afterwards you want to search for JpaBuddy. Okay, and it so happened that I already have this particular plugin as well. So following the previous step you did with Tabnine, you as well follow that step and install this particular plugin. Now the beauty of JpaBuddy is that it kind of helps you generate repository method by just specifying the different feeds you want to look for an instance of that particular class. Okay, we're going to be seeing how to generate this repository method when we start with creating of our repository interfaces. Now, after installation of these two different plugins, you'll be asked to restart your IDE so that IntelliJ configures the IDE to switch to these additional plugins. And in addition to that, for our Tabnine plugin, in order for you to make use of it, you need to be authorized. So you'll be asked to create an account with Tabnine for you to start making use of the Tabnine plugin inside of your code IDE. To create an account with Tabnine, you can make use of your Gmail account or probably link your GitHub account with the platform to start making use of it. Now, there are some cool features of Tabnine that I would love to show you before we get started with developing our application. So let us take a close look at this tab. So immediately after you restart your IDE, you see this new tab, this new icon, and when you click on it, you'll be presented with this tab. It's more like having a ChatGPT companion inside of your code editor, okay, inside of your code IDE. So when I scroll to the top, we can see welcome to Tabnine Chat, your coding companion. And right here, you can decide to choose the different or the type of model of AI you want to use for code generation. So we have Tabnine Protected at first, and Tabnine Protected is free and it is recommended, and it has some cool features such as privacy protected, and it also has good performance. And then we have the Tabnine plus Mistral, and though it's not protected, but it still has cool features. So these are the two model of AI that can be used without purchasing or obtaining the pro license from Tabnine. However, for the rest, such as Code Extra, let me put that page again. So we have Code Extra, we have Claude 3 Sonnet, we have GPT 3.5 Turbo, as well as GPT 4 Turbo and GPT 4o. So all of this model will not be accessible for a free user. So you have to purchase the license in order for you to make use of any of this model. But for our tutorial session, we are making use of Tabnine Protected, which happens to be free, so you can as well make use of that. Now we can close this tab now, and then we can start the generation of our code with the use of Tabnine. Now we start off our application by creating the list of different entities we have. So right here at my topmost package, I'm going to use the Alt Insert keyboard keys as a shortcut to create a new Java class, and I'll do that. And we want to place our class inside of the entity package. So the first class we are creating will be our user class. So right now I'll have to redo what I just did. So that should be entity.user. Okay, so this ensures that we have our user class inside of a new defined package called entity. Now I'll have to start generating details of for our user class. That is the different fields that our user class will contain. You can see that Tabnine is giving us suggestion on what to import, which is to import the Lombok all acts constructor. But what I want to pretty much do here is provide prompt to our Tabnine instance, that is right here, to generate details for our user class. So the first prompt I'm going to give to it is using Jakarta create an entity instance or an entity class with type user using the fields as follows. Okay, I'll put that in a new line, and that should be UID as the ID. First name followed by the last name, and other fields such as username. Then we have DOB for date of birth. Then we are going to have the tel for the telephone number. We have our tag, which we'll be creating. We have password. Then we have gender, as well as the rows. Okay, so these are pretty much the feed we want at the moment. So I just click on and then one more thing is that you should take Lombok into consideration. So it shouldn't generate getters and setters for us. So what we pretty much want to do now is just simply highlight this, and immediately it's done, I'll click on insert to insert the whole of the code. So I'm going to take out this package definition from what we have. So I'll move to the top again, and then I'll take it out. So this error should be gone. So I'll close the Tabnine tab, and let us take a look at what we've defined so far. So this should be list of string, okay, and not rows. So I'll simply change it to strings. Okay, and I'll have to import the list class as well. So right here we have to make a couple of changes to this code that has been generated by Tabnine. So we don't just leave everything for Tabnine alone to do. Now we have to make changes to the tail, for example, which should be of type long, and our UID should be of type string, and I want it to be of strategy generation type.uuid. Now, if you are new to Springboot and you don't know how to start up an application with Springboot, it's like I'm a bit fast in this aspect since I'm not explaining some of the concepts we are making use of. I'll have a video on how to create a Springboot application where I explain the step-by-step guide, and even I explain the project structure in that video. I'll be leaving a link to that video in the description section of this below. So you just have to scroll down to the description section, look for a link to that book project I did a couple of months back, and then you get a proper understanding of everything I'm doing right here, because I explained everything thoroughly in that first video. Now, any of the logics I haven't really created a content on this channel, I'll take my time to explain that even after Tabnine has generated a portion of the code for us. So now we have the first name, and I want it to be all in lowercase, same with the last name, and we have our date of birth, and this should simply be of type date, and that is what I want from JWT. And then we have our tag, we have our password, we have the gender, then we also have private, we can say local date time, and we have created that. Okay, and I'll have to import that as well. So I'll simply copy this down, and we want to change this to updated at. Okay, now a couple of feeds are supposed to be unique, and in order for us to achieve that, we have to annotate this username, for example, with at column nullable as false and unique is equal to true. And you can see that Tabnine gives us suggestion to achieve this. So I just simply tab this in, and I want to take this out because our email will be the username. Okay, so there's no need for that, but we have to provide validation to ensure that the value of the username is a valid email. So now I simply have to just import my class, that is the column annotation, and here we have our username defined, we have our DOB defined, our tail is of type long, but then again our created at and updated at feed should be feeds that would get generated for us by our database. So in order for us to achieve that, we also have to annotate these two particular feeds with a special annotation. For the created at, we want to use creation timestamp, and for that of the updated at, we want to use the updated timestamp. So this should be update timestamp, and I'll have to import data annotation. So that is that for what we have now for our user. Now we have to move to our card class. That is, we have to create our card entity class so that we can create a relationship between our user and our card. Now we create our card model inside of our entity package or our card entity. So we do that using our auth and insert keyboard shortcut, and then we specify the name of our class, which happens to be card in this scenario. So I just simply click on enter, and I will prompt Tabnine again to create the class for me. So using the same logic we did, I'll simply highlight the whole of the prompt and paste it here, and I want to make changes to this prompt. Okay, this should be card using the fields as follow: card ID as the ID type, then we are going to have the card number, then right here we have the card name, the card holder. We're going to have a balance for our card, that is the amount that the card is currently holding. Then we are going to have created at, or I'll simply say issued at, that is ISS for issuing. And we have ESP for expiration time, ESP. And then we are going to have a couple of other fields. Let's take a close look at this EROD diagram that defines all of these fields. So right here inside of our card, we have the billing address, we have the CVV, and then we have the PIN as well. So I'll move back and we are going to include those fields. So right here we are going to say CVV followed by the PIN, and then it's remaining one more, so I'll take a close look at it again. We have the billing address. Okay, so I'll add that to it. I'll simply click on enter. So it's going to do the same thing it pretty much did previously. So I'll just highlight the whole of this, and immediately after the generation, I'll simply insert the generated code. So I'll simply insert. Now we don't need the list of rows, so I'll take these rows out. So we don't need that. Take it out, and then I'll close my Tabnine tab. And right here we have data, and I want to change that because this will result in performance issues. So I want to set it to getter. The next one should be our setter. Okay, so I'll simply import these annotations coming from Lombok. Oops, my bad. I'll have to use the Alt and Enter, and I'll simply highlight the both of these, Control C. Now moving to my user class, I want to close my JPA tab. Then right here, instead of having data, we are going to paste our getters and setters, because that is what we pretty much need for the Lombok alone, as well as our Ask constructors. But then having to make use of data as a whole will cause performance issues for our applications, and we don't want that. So now that we've defined our card and our user class, we have to move back to our card class, and we have to annotate our issue time with the at creation timestamp annotation, so that it gets generated for us when a new card is being created. So that should be at creation timestamp. And we should also have a field that indicates when our card was last updated. So this should be at update timestamp, and this should be private local date time, and we are going to have updated at. Okay, so I'll have to import that class and import my annotation. So local date time for our expiration will be what will we compute ourselves. Now most card expires immediately after 3 years it was being issued, so we are going to compute that value ourselves. And then we have our CVV, we have our PIN, and one more thing is that our card number should be unique. You understand that? So I'm going to annotate with at column, and right here this should be name should be as is. Escape by simply saying nullable is equal to false, and then unique should be equal to true. So I'll type that in, and then I'll have to import my annotation. So these are what we have for our card. Okay, we have the card number, the card holder, the balance, the time it was issued. We have the look at its time for updates and the expiration date, as well as the CVV, the PIN, and the billing address. Now our card number should be of type long, not of type string. And then our UUID identifier should be of type string as well. So we have the string card ID, and this identity should be UUID, not identity for our strategy. So that gives us the proper definition of our card class. Now if I'm to take a close look at our user class, I want to be sure that we've implemented what is right so far. So that is it. And now we can create relationship between our user and our card. Now for us to do that, we have to include that card feed. So this should be a one-to-one relationship. So I'm just going to tab this in, and we are going to have this right here. Okay, we have a private card, and inside of our one-to-one relationship annotation, we're indicating that the cascade type should be cascade type.all, and this particular user feed will be mapped inside of our card class with a variable known as owner. So I'm going to do that right now inside of our card class. I'm going to create a feed of type user. So this should be private, my bad, private user. Then I'll specify the user as the owner of this card. I want to create this relationship. So I think Tabnine is going to give us okay. That is what Tabnine just pretty much did. So I'll just tab this in, scroll down a bit, and take out this part because I don't need that part. So we have a one-to-one relationship with our user, which happens to be the owner, and the name of our column that should be added inside of our card DB would simply be owner ID. And let's see this issue. Okay, it says we have to make owner a one-to-many association, and that is not what I want. I'll move to my user class, and we have a one-to-one annotation. So I'll take this cascade type.all from the picture, and I think this should fix the issue. Okay, that is all. That is that. So I've taken out that cascade type.all that was the initial cause of that error indication. So that is that for creating of the relationship between our user class and our card class. So right now, the next entity we want to create is the transactions entity. So I'll simply click on my entity, and then we have to create a new class, and that class should be transactions. Okay, or perhaps okay, transactions is okay, and then I'll simply click on, I'll take out the S to make it just transaction alone, and I'll simply click on enter, and we want our Tabnine to do the heavy lifting for us. So using the prompt again, I'll simply highlight those stuff. I'll simply see if I still have that in my, I don't have that no more, so I'll simply close this, I'll cancel this, and then I'll simply take it out, and then I'll move to the top again to get that initial prompt. Control C, and I'll place this prompt right here, and we want to create an entity class of type transaction using the following feeds. So we have a couple of feeds that is different from what we have for the rest. So this should be TXID. We have amount that is related to that particular transaction, and we're going to have the TX fee. We're going to have the owner of that account, the owner of that particular transaction, and then we are going to have a couple of other feeds. Let's take a close look at our AROD diagram to be sure of what we are implementing. We have description, we have sender, we have receiver, we have status, we have type, we have created that as well as updated that. So let us fill in those things. So we have sender, receiver, we have the updated at, we have created at, and we have status, as well as the type of transactions. Now, the status and types will be an enum type that I will be defining any moment from now. So just stay tuned for that. So I'm going to take out this other part down to the billing address, and then we have to take Lombok into consideration. So I'm taking out the list of rows out as well, so we don't have a list of rows generated for our transactions. So I'll simply send, and let Tabnine create the class for me. So I'll simply highlight everything inside of my transaction class, and then I'll simply insert this in. Then I'll close this Tabnine tab, and let's start making changes to what we have right here. So first of all, what I'll have to do is change my status from type of string to a type of status, where we are going to be defining the enum type that is required. So I'll undo that stuff, not what I want, and this should be type as well. Okay, so right now I'm going to create this two enum type inside of my entity package. So starting with using the Java class, I'll specify the name. It should be status, and right here I want to make it a type of enum. Now for our status, the status of a transaction can be either pending, paid, or completed. Okay, what we want is to define these three different enum types. So that should be simply be pending, all in uppercase. We have completed, rejected, as well as expired. So right here we need completed, and instead of rejected, I'll simply make use of paid, and then we can take out the rest from the picture. Okay, we have just three status, which is pending, completed, and paid. And for this application, we'll be taking a close look at completed most of the time, as a result of we not having a centralized system that is going to indicate if our transaction went through successfully or if the transaction failed. Okay, this is just a demo bank application that practically demonstrates that of a real world scenario, but then again we are validating everything inside of a single server. So in that case, there's no centralized system associated with it. Now if you are going to take the global world, for example, now you have a banking system or a banking organization known as Swift. That's an organization that manages the routing between connecting different banks. Now we don't have that here, so our system validates every transaction, and if it happens to fail, then that transaction won't get stored inside of our database. In that case, we are not going to be looking at any transaction that has to do with failure or even pending, as everything is validated, and if it fails, it doesn't do any sort of stuff. So we just have the failed and the pending for demonstration purpose, but most of the time for our application we are going to be implementing that of the completed status. And now we have to define the type field as well. So I use the auth insert again, and we have to create this enum type. And click on enter, and we specify the different types of transactions that we might have. Okay, the different types of transaction, starting with that of withdraw. And this type of transaction will be associated with an account, and then we are going to have deposit. We don't need transfer, but we need two more, which is debit, and finally we need credit. Okay, so the withdraw and the deposit are types of transactions that are associated with an account in the case of this application, while that of the deposit, while that of the debit and credit are transactions that are associated with the card. Okay, so that is for that. Now we move back to our transactions class, and we can see that the error is gone because we have these two enum type defined already inside of our entity package. And instead of making use of our data, I'm going to take that out, move to my card class, and simply copy my getters and setters annotation, Ctrl+C, and I'll take out this unwanted list import statement. So back to my transactions class, I'm going to paste that right here, Ctrl+V for that. take out that empty line, and we can start creation of relationship between our transaction and our class and our card class, as well as our transactions and our user class. At first, we have to change the identity type to UUID, and we have to change it to type of string. And our TX ID is pretty much the only unique value for the different columns that will be created inside of our transactions table. And right here, we have to annotate with at creation timestamp. I'll take that and paste it here. This should be at update timestamp. Okay, so with this, we are on the right track. Now we have to create the relationship between our transactions and our card. So right here, I'm going to define a simple feed variable of type card. So this should be private card, and we have a many to one relationship in this scenario. So it should be at many to one, and we have to import that class, and this should be mapped by, okay, not mapped by in this scenario, but then we have the cascade type. Sorry, my bad, not the cascade type. We have there's a feed, we have there's a property we have to set for our many to one. Let me take a close look at our user class and our card class. So okay, so we want to join column. So we have our many to one annotation, then we want to join column. So this should be our join column. This is simply the card ID. So the card ID column would be created inside of our transaction table in the database. Now for our card class, we have to create our transactions feed. So this should be a one-to-many annotation. So this should be at one-to-many, and you can see that Tabnine gives us what we want by just helping us fill in details. So I'm going to take this S part from it. So we are going to have a list of transactions in this scenario. So this should be wrapped inside of a list. So we have a list of transactions, and after which I'll have to import my list class. Okay, so we have that. So we have the fetch type.lazy. Now what this fetch type.lazy does is that for each transactions, when a particular card is called, the transaction will not get fetched alongside with it. This is to ensure that our application performs properly and fine in the long run. In the case where the transactions that a card might have executed is up to 1,000 or even tens of thousands, in that case, fetching all of those details from the database will slow our application in a way that we never imagined. So we want to ensure of efficiency in the long run. So we are making use of a fetch type.lazy. Now by default, this value is fetch type.eager. So we have to make use of the lazy type. And we have the cascade type.all, and we are mapping this particular feed with card that is defined inside of our our transaction class. So that is creation of a relationship between our transaction and our card. Okay, and the next one to take a close look at is the user and the transaction. So right here inside of my transaction class, I'm going to highlight the whole of this. I'll simply just make use of Control D to paste it underneath, and we want to create that of user. So I'll simply say user, and instead of card, we want to specify it as the owner. And right here, we're going to say owner ID, and we want to say, okay, let's see. It says that variable owner is already in scope, so that is for type of string. So I'm going to take this out. So that was what Tabnine generated for us. So I'll take it out, and that fixes the issue. So back inside of my user class, I want to take the whole of this, Control C, and paste it inside of my user class, just to make it things a little bit much more faster. And right here, instead of mapping with card, we want to map with at owner. Okay, so that is it. We have the cascade type.all as well as the fetch type.lazy defined for the transactions as well. So now we've created relationship between our user and our card, and we've also created relationship between the user and the transaction, and the card and the transactions as well. I want to take a look at creating our last entity, which is the account entity. So once again, to create our account entity, we have to, make use of our keyboard shortcut, and we'll place it inside of our entity package. So that should be alt insert as well. And we simply call this class account. Okay, I had triple C instead of a double C, so I'll have to fix that, and we'll create the class account. And right here we have to prompt Tabnine again to do the same heavy lifting for us. So I'll click on this Tabnine chart icon, and then we want to copy what we had initially. So this should be it, and we have to edit this prompt to make proper use of it for that of our account class. So this should be of type account instead of type of transaction. So this should be account, and we are going to have an account ID, and we're going to have a balance, account name, account number. We have the created at and updated at already defined. Let's see the other fields we have that I'm yet to familiarize myself with. So we have an account code, an account symbol, and a label associated with that account. So we move back. So we are going to have currency, then code, label, and symbol. Okay, and this symbol will be of type char, that is a type of character. So I'll simply send, and afterwards, after the generation, we're going to create relationship between our account class and our transaction class as well as our user class. So that is pretty much the only relationship that's really needed at this particular point in time for our application. So I'll scroll to the top and let's take a close look at what we have here. So we have the list of everything that Tabnine has generated for us, and I will just simply insert it right here. So I'll simply close my tab, and let us take a look at what we have to make changes to. Starting with the data annotation, I want to take that out, and moving to my transactions class, I want to copy the getters and setters. And back to the account class, I'll simply paste it here. So that is stats. And one more annotation I've been failing to include in all of this entity class is the @builder annotation in scenarios where we want to build a user from another detail, like a DTO, for example. So we are going to be including @builder annotation for all of the different entities, starting with our account entity. So I'm going to specify @builder. I'll simply copy this, Ctrl+C, move to my card class, move to the top, and paste it right here. My transaction will be the same thing as well. I'll paste it, and finally my user class, I'll scroll to the top, and then I'll simply paste it as well. So that is that for including the builder annotation inside of all our defined models. Now inside of my account class, we have to start making the necessary changes. Okay, starting with the local date and time, we have to update this value. So this should be @update timestamp, and I'll simply copy and then I'll paste it right here. So this should be at creation timestamp. So an update occurs for an account in scenarios whereby the balance gets updated. So in that scenario, in that case, that account has been updated and a new timestamp will be generated for our updated @. So that is what this is pretty much going to do for us. Now we have to ensure that the generated type is of UUID. and the type of our account ID is of type string. Okay, so our double should be a primitive type, and our account number should be a primitive type of long. Then we have our currency, our code, and our symbol should also be that of a primitive type. So we do not need the status and type of account. So I'm going to take these ones out, and right here we can start creating relationship with the different other entities that we have inside of our application. Starting with that of the transactions, we are going to have a one-to-many annotation for that. So I'll simply move over to my card class, and I want to scroll down. I simply want to copy the whole of this, Control C, and right inside of my account class, I'll paste it right here. And we are going to have mapped by account. Okay, and we are here to define this particular field inside of our transactions class to ensure that this changes from a color of red to green. So we have to move to our transaction class, and we have to simply highlight the whole of this, Control C, and then I'll just simply paste it here and change the value. So we are going to have account ID, but I'll just simply highlight the two values. So this should be account, and right here we are going to have account itself. And that is that for creating the relationship between my account and my transaction object. So we have to create a relationship now between the account and the user. So just like I had this for the transaction, for the list of transactions, I'm going to copy the whole of this and move back to my user class. I'm going to paste it right here. And instead of transactions, we are going to have account. Okay. And we have accounts, and right here we have owner, which happens to be the owner of our account. And back to my account class, to make everything much more easy, I'll copy this, Control C, and I'll just simply paste it right here. Yes, we are good to go. So I'll just give you a brief walkthrough of what we've achieved so far. So I'll explain with the account class and that of the transaction class, and I believe you get a proper understanding of the implementations we've done so far. Starting with everything we have here, we have the strategy for generating our ID for the different feeds. We have the generated value, and we set the strategy to be of type UID. So each UID should be unique, and the feed for our account, for the feed of ID for our account is called the account ID. Now we have the double balance, we have the account name associated with this particular account, and we have the account number. And one thing I want you to know is that this account number should also be annotated without colon, and we have to set the unique value to true, and definitely it should not be nullable. Okay, so that is that for the account number. So this indicates that immediately we create, if we are to create an account and save inside of our database, then we have to provide the feed for the account number, and that feed should be unique across all the different rows we have for all the accounts in the database. Now for the currency, it implies the type of currency. It might be USD, GBP, or even INR, that is Indian rupee. And by the way, shout out to all my Indian fans out there. I see your good works and I love what you are doing for my channel. So the account number should be unique across board. Now the currency is what I just stated, and the code is the same thing as the currency, but I'm using code because of the fact that we are going to be getting our currency rate from the currency API when we get to that point. So now the label would simply be United States dollars for USD, Nigerian naira for nairas, and then we have Indian rupees for rupees. So we just spell the full name out. Okay, so that is the label. Now the symbol, you already know, is the symbol associated with that particular currency. Our updated art is simply the time an update was made on our account, and we annotated with at update timestamp. This ensures that anytime we make an update, our DBMS will create a new timestamp for us using the current time when that update was made. So that is why we have the update timestamp, and we have the creation timestamp, and it simply explains itself. It implies that during the first creation of this account, this field will automatically be generated by our database. Now let us take a look at these JPA annotations. Okay, this one-to-one annotation is provided by JPA. Just like the schema or the ERD diagram I showed previously, we have a one-to-one relationship from our user to our account, and I'll have to fix this. Right here for our account class, we have a many-to-one relationship with the owner. So I'll simply take this one, the first one out, and simply include a many. So we have a many-to-one relationship in place of a one-to-one relationship. It was due to the fact that I copied from the card class. That is why we have a one-to-one relationship initially. So I'm going to move up. I think I have that annotation somewhere around okay, it's not the import statement somewhere around at the top, but I can't find it, so we just simply leave it as the many-to-one annotation. Okay, so that is it. And right here we are going to have a one-to-many relationship with the transactions, because each transaction can either emanate from an account or it can emanate from a card transaction. So that is why we have a one-to-many relationship, but a transactions can only be associated with either an account or a card. Now for our card class, we want to ensure that we've implemented what is right. So we have a one-to-one relationship with the user. It implies that one card for one user or a single owner. And we have a one-to-many relationship with that of the transactions. And back to my user class, let's see. We have a one-to-many relationship, and we are saying it is being mapped by a field known as owner inside of our account class, and we want to say cascade type.all. So this indicates that when we delete our user account, then all of the accounts associated with this particular user would get deleted and dropped from the database. And we are specifying the fetch type as the fetch type of lazy to indicate that when we call our user from the database, it shouldn't fetch neither the transactions nor the accounts, because we specified that the fetch type is of lazy. So by default, the fetch type that would have been defined is of type eager, but we don't want that. We want a fetch type of lazy. So that is that for creating a model and creating relationships between these different models for our application. Now what we'll take a close look at now is our application of properties file. Up till now, we do not have any proper configurations or implementations set up for that particular file. So we have to move to our file tree here, and inside of our resource directory, we want to go to our application of properties file. I will simply ask Tabnine to generate properties for our file. So I believe the property is going to generate for us will pretty much be that of the data source, and it didn't really do that. Okay, I'm going to simply say include data source property and hibernate property as well. So I'm simply just going to highlight this, and immediately after the generation, I'll insert all of this configuration. So I'll simply insert, and right here I'm making use of PostgresSQL. I'm not making use of MySQL. So I'm going to change this value from MySQL to PostgresSQL. So you might be making use of MySQL, and in that scenario, if it generates a MySQL URL for you, then just hold on to that. So this should be 5432, and I have a database that I'll call bank underscore db, and right here I'll provide my username for my database, and this should be Postgres, and my password is simply root. Okay, now to be on the safer side, if I'm going to deploy my application to the cloud, to a cloud hosting platform, I want to ensure that these values are gotten from in the environment variables that are defined when I'm hosting that particular application. So for that, I'll include a curly brace, and right before the curly brace, I'll include my dollar symbol, and I can simply say arrowdb underscore URL for my URL, and I will use a column to separate it. In case it doesn't find the arrowdb URL, that is the URL from my environment variable, it's pretty much going to fall back to this default URL. And I'll do the same thing for my username and the password as well. So I'll include that curly brace, my dollar sign, and we want to simply say arrowdb underscore password, sorry, not password but username, and then a column, and this applies to the password. And in addition to this defined properties, we want to add one more properties, which is the driver that is associated with my DBMS. So this should be spring.datasource.driver, and you can see it has given me a prompt. So I just tap this in, and what I want to do is take out the whole of this. Okay, so now we have the necessary properties for us to start our application. And in addition to our context part, I want it to be /API/v1. Okay, so that is that for the properties to get started with our application. Now I do not have the bank DB yet defined, so I'm going to open up my terminal and create that particular database. If you already have PostgreSQL installed inside of your laptop or PC, and you don't really know how to work around this stuff too well, don't worry, I'm going to show you the code or the commands to connect with your Postgres DBMS inside of your terminal. Now, one cool feature of this Springboot and Hibernate is that you don't need to have much knowledge on how to make queries. That is why I also included the JpaBuddy, because JpaBuddy is going to help us in generating this query method that Hibernate will be able to deduce from and create query that queries data from our database. But then again, I just want to show you how to connect with your DBMS directly from your terminal. So in the case of Postgres, we make use of the command psql, then we specify the port using -p, and that is 5432, followed by the host, which happens to be localhost, and then we make use of our -u, which will be our username. This should be Postgres. Oops, my bad. So I'll have to fix that with the correct spelling. And now I'm connected to my own database, and this particular DB is named Postgres, so that is why I have to Postgres. But what I want to do now is create a new database for my own bank application. To achieve that, I use the command create DB. Sorry, not create DB. Create DB is for MySQL, but create database is for Postgres. So this should be create DB bank underscore DB, and then I'll simply click on enter and end out with a semicolon. Okay, so you discover that this time changed from equal to a simple hyphen. This is as a result of me not initially including my column. So the column indicates that this is the end of the statement. It's more like what we have in Java. So we need to use a semicolon, not a column, pardon me, but a semicolon to indicate the end of the statement inside of PostgreSQL. So I have to connect to my BankDB. You don't necessarily have to do that, but I just want to connect to my BankDB. So I'll simply use the backslash, and then I'll use a C, and then I'll simply say bank underscore DB. And voila, I'm connected to my database bank DB, but as user Postgres. Now, if you want a full course or a full tutorial video on PostgreSQL, please do let me know in the comment section and we'll see what we can do about that. Now, with all of those stated, I've created my bank DB. So when I start my application, I shouldn't get any error, but then my columns and tables should be created successfully inside of this particular DB. So to list out the different tables I have for my DB, I simply use the command /dt. And when I click on enter, you can see that did not find any relation. But immediately I start up the application, we are going to have all of those different entity as new relations in our database. So I'll collapse this and we are going to move back to our code editor right here. I'll simply explain these different properties. So DDL auto setting to hibernate, setting to update indicates that if our tables already exist in our defined database, then any other input, update, or even deletion would get executed. That is, we have to update the table, but I can change this value to create drop. So this indicates that immediately I stop my application, all of my tables will be deleted from the database. But if I start up the application again, it is going to get it's going to get created one more time. So it just depends on the type of database you are making use of. So if I'm to include an H2 database if I'm to include an H2 database dependency inside of my pom.xml file and I'm making use of an H2 database, the auto value will just kind of generate it for me to make use of a create drop, because H2 in this scenario, if I'm to employ it, will be an in-memory database. So we need an update because we already have our own database created. So I'm making use of the update value. And show SQL indicates that it has to show the different SQL statement that would be executed. Take for instance, when we create a new user, this insert statement from Hibernate would be shown inside of our run console. I'll show you that when we get to that point in time. So that is that for creating of our database and ensuring that when we start the application, no error will be thrown. Now that we are done with the creation of the models or entities for this application, what we want to take a look at is the creation of repository interface that connects with our database. Now, to do that, at first I want to close this Tabnine tab, and we want to move to our project structure. And right here at the topmost package, I'll be creating a new package called repository. Right inside of this package, I'll be placing all of our repository interfaces. So I'll use my Alt and Insert keyboard keys to create this particular repository. So this should be repository, starting with our user repository. So this should be user repository. And this should be an interface. So I'll click on enter. And this interface extends JPA repository. Okay, and it's a parameterized repository where we specify the type of entity, which is of user, and then we specify the type of the ID associated with this entity. So let me pretty much undo that stuff and redo. Let's see. So we have the type as string. So recall that the type of the ID associated with our user is a string with the variable name called UID. So I'll simply import this particular user class. So that is it. So we have to import our JPA repository interface as well. So that is that for our repository. Now we have to define a single method for now for our user repository, and that is defined by username method. So let us see how JPA can help us achieve this stuff. Let's see. So we have the JPA Explorer. Okay, JPA is still yet to show up right inside of my repository interface, but don't worry, alongside when we start developing, it's going to show up eventually. So let us leave this class as is for now. And the next repository we want to create is the account repository. So I just simply do an auth insert, and we have the account repository, and this should be an interface as well. And we are going to extend the JPA repository. And then we specify the type starting with that of the account, followed by the string, which happens to be the ID of the account. So I'll have to import my account instance to this particular interface. And the next interface in line is that of our transaction. So I'll have to create a new Java class or a new Java interface, then specify the name, which should be transaction repository. And this also extends, so I just copy all of this to save me some time. Control C, and right here, pretty much tired of typing, I'll simply say transaction. Okay. And finally, we have to create a repository for our card class. So this should be auth insert, a Java class, and an interface where we have to specify the name of our particular repository, which is card repository. Then I'll click on enter, and I'll simply paste that and change the value of account to card. All right, here I'll have to import and take out this account import from the picture, and I'll do the same for my transaction repository. I'll take out the account from the picture as well. So that is that for our repositories. So like I was stating, the JPI icon didn't really show at that particular point in time when I defined my user repository. So I'll move back to my user repository. I want to create a function simply that finds a user from the database by the field of username. So to achieve that with JPA, we can simply click on this JPA design icon. I want to find a single instance. So when I click on find instance, we are presented with this panel. We want to find this instance using a couple of attributes. So I have to click on this, and the attribute we want to make use of is the username. So when I click on username, I click on OK, and we want to say condition should be, let's see, either starts with, contains, like, or so on and so forth. Now to ignore the case for our username, we can click on this to indicate that it ignores cases. So it shouldn't be in the defined case. It can start with a capital letter or with a lowercase letter. That is, it can start with an uppercase letter or a lowercase letter. It doesn't really matter. So far, it equals when it ignores the case. And we can simply click OK. Okay. And now we have this function defined for us that says find by username ignore case, and then we are passing in the field, which is string username. So this is automatically going to let Hibernate generate the query for us that finds a user from the database using the username field. So that is that, and that is how JpaBuddy helps us come up with query method that Hibernate will use to generate query that connects with our database. So that is the beauty of making use of JpaBuddy. While Tabnine can do all of this for us as well, we can make use of JpaBuddy as well. So now we are done with the creation of our entities as well as the repository that would be associated with these different entities for the application, as well as we've created properties inside of our application or properties file, that is the data source property, to ensure that our application will run smoothly when we start it up. Now we are yet to create any controller class or provide any authentication yet for our application, but then Springboot defines a default authentication program for us that ensures that we have to provide basic authentication before we access any defined controller in our application. But still yet, we are yet to do that. But we want to check these functionalities we have defined so far to see if our database table will be created in our database. So I'm simply going to head over to our main class for the application, and I'll click on this run icon to be very sure that our implementation so far works correctly. And then to be very sure of that, I'll check the different tables that have been generated inside of my bank DB. I'll have to enable Lombok annotation processing, so I'll click on this icon and do the same for this one at the bottom. Okay, now we have an exception that has been thrown, so I'll have to take a close look at what we have inside of our exception stack trace. We can see that it says unable to load class dialect. Okay, so we have a MySQL 5 dialect defined, and that is pretty much wrong. What we have is PostgreSQL, so we have to change that value for the dialect. So let me take a look at my application.properties file to see, okay, this is where the issue is coming from. So this should be, I think, PostgreSQL dialect. So instead of MySQL, we specify PostgreSQL dialect. So I'll change that, and I'll simply take out the other part, and I'll run the application again. And initially I didn't get to see that part. If not, I would have made changes at that particular point in time. Immediately Tabnine generated those values for us. But then again, since an exception has been thrown, I've fixed this issue now, and immediately this issue gets resolved. What we need to do, following good software development practice, we'll have to ensure that we commit our code, because one feature has been properly implemented so far. Yeah, it so happens that our application started, but still it threw an exception. So I'll take a close look at the exception to be very sure. It says error executing DDL author table if exists. Transaction had constraint. Okay, foreign key owner ID references user. Let's see. Okay, now the reason for this is as a result of the fact that when you create a new Postgres instance inside of your machine, that is during the installation process of Postgres, there's a table called user. So I'll have to fix that by moving over to my entity class. So as a result of there being a table called user, it's going to result in a conflict when I try to create a new class with my entity name, which happens to be user. So in order for me to fix that, I'll have to annotate my user table with a new annotation. My user class, with a new annotation, which is at table, and I simply want to provide a name for my table, and this should be equal to bank underscore user. Okay, now this will fix the issue, and afterward we can go ahead and commit our code. So I'll stop and then I'll rerun. Application started successfully, and yeah, I'll pretty much say this time around everything is okay and we are good to go. We can go ahead and commit this code, but before we carry out this git initialization and git commit for our project, let us take a look at our terminal. And I simply want to list out the whole of the relations we have, and you discover that we now have 4 different relations: the account, the bank user, which initially was user, but it got we got to throw an exception indicating that a table already exists in our database named user. And we have the card as well as the transaction, and I can do something like select start from users, from bank user, not user, bank underscore user, and I'll click on enter, and you see that we have all of the feeds. And when I do the same thing for our card class or for our card table, we now have all of the feeds associated with the card. And in addition to that, we have the owner UID, which is going to take the UID of the particular user that is associated with that particular card. So that is that for creating tables using JPA and Hibernate. So we can go ahead now and commit this code to Git to ensure that we have consistency in controlling the different versions during the development of our application. So right here, I'll click on this terminal, and I already have Git installed on my PC. So I'll simply say git init to initialize it. I'll simply use git add to add all of the changes so far to my newly created Git repository. So right now, I will simply say git commit implemented creation of all entity and repository associated with the application. Okay. So this clearly indicates that at this point of my first commit, all logic related to repository and entity are being properly defined, and they are currently working fine as is. And then I can simply click on enter to register this particular commit. So right now we can go ahead and stop our application since we've tested the first implementation, and then we can start implementing security for our application. And how to achieve this is that we have to implement an interface called the UserDto interface. So that is how Spring knows to make your instance a secure instance in the application. That is, it indicates that this is the instance that will be used for carrying out authentication and authorization logic for the application. So to do that, I'll simply implement, not right there, control. I'll simply add the implement keyword to my user class definition. So this should be user details. Okay, and I'll simply click on OK, and you can see that this is coming from Spring Security course.userdto. So it's coming from Spring framework.security. So right now we have to implement the method it asks us to implement. So while the whole of these are from the super class, we have to implement the get authorities method. So I'll click on this and then I'll click OK. And in addition to that, I'll have to let you know something, the fact that we have a feed called username. So if I'm to comment this feed out, we will have this error that indicates that we have to implement the user details, the get username method from our user details interface. So because Lombok is already there and we already have this user details field, it pretty much didn't include that particular method definition. So I'm going to undo this stuff. So just so you know, that is why initially it didn't ask us to implement the get username method. But then for our get authorities, we want to return the list of rows that will be associated with a user when the account is being created. So we are going to make use of rows.stream, okay, .map. And right here, we want to make use of simple granted authorities. So this should be simple granted authority column new. We want to collect the whole of this to a new list. So we have to just tab this in. We have to import our collectors. And right here, we have to import simple granted authorities. Let's see. Okay, simple granted authority. Let me just click on it to fix that error. Probably I missed something initially. So that is it for the get authorities function. Okay, so with this, we have properly defined a user that will be used for authenticating inside of our Spring Boot application. Now, the next thing for us to do in order for us to properly implement the authentication and securing of our application, we have to create a new config package. And inside of that config package, we are going to create a class that overrides Spring default and also a class that will be used to define the necessary bin parameters that will be used to achieve that. So right here inside of our topmost package, we want to create our first class, which should be the AppConfig class. So right now, I'm simply going to create this Java class, and we are going to call it config.AppConfig. That is it. And I'll add this to Git. And secondly, we want to create a security config class. That is it. So starting with our app config, we are going to create a couple of beans for this particular class. So at first, to create a bean class, we have to annotate with @configuration. Okay. And now we want to create a couple of beans for this particular class. The first bean we are creating is the user details service bean. Now, if you don't know much about Spring Security, I have a complete video that shows Spring Security and how it can be integrated, or how JWT can be integrated with Spring Security to secure a Spring application. And that is pretty much what we are going to be doing. But with the help of Tabnine, we are pretty much going to be working through it. Now, if you are yet to see that video, please do see that video. You get a proper understanding of it. I'm talking about security again as well. I have a full series coming up, and parts of the videos are already live on my channel on how to secure your application with OAuth 2, and I pretty much have 5 videos on that playlist already. You can check that out as well to ensure that you know the different ways to secure your Spring Boot application. Now we have to annotate this particular bean definition with that bean at first. Then we are going to define the method, which should be public user details service, and then we have user details service. And right here, we have to import this particular interface. We want to as well annotate this class with @required constructor, and we have to inject our user repository feed. So this should be private final user repository. I'll type that in. I'll simply import our class or our interface. So right here, we are going to simply return user repository. We are going to return a lambda expression, which happens to carry our username, and this should be user repository dot find by username ignore case. Okay, and then we are going to simply pass in the username of the user in question. So I'll have to expand back again, and here we have it. So this feed throws an exception. Okay, it's a method. Lambda can be replaced with method reference. So let's see how to achieve that. So I'll simply just do this. So we have user repository : find by username ignore case. Okay, now if the user is not found, definitely an exception will be thrown. So the user details service define a single method, which happens to be the load by username, that returns a user details. Now our class, our user class, implements this user details. It implies that it's a subclass of user details. Then definitely we can return a user as an instance of user details. So back to my app config, we've defined this user details service. What we want to define now is another bean, which happens to be the password encoder. This is the password encoder that will be used to encode any password of any newly registered user. So we first of all annotate with that bean, and we're going to have public password encoder, and it returns a new bcrypt password encoder. You can see that Tabnine just presented us with what we wanted. So I simply import these classes, starting with the bcrypt password encoder, and finally we are going to import our password encoder class as well. Now we need 2 other beans for authentication logic, and that is the authentication provider. So this should be bean, and then we're going to have public authentication provider. This should be authentication provider, and we want to create a new instance of DAO authentication provider. Let me at first import this particular think sometimes it fails to indicate that I have to. No, we can get back to that again. So we are going to say var DAO provider is equal to new whole authentication provider, and we are going to pass in our password encoder as a parameter to this particular provider. And then finally we are going to set the user details. So we simply tap that in, and we are setting the user details service of this password or of this authentication provider as our defined user details service. And afterward we want to simply return this DAO provider. Okay, so that is that. And right here we have to, let me take a look, authenticate. Okay, I missed an I, so that is why I was unable to import that particular class. So that is that for our authentication provider. Now what left is our authentication manager. So we are going to define that bean as well. So this should be bean. We're going to have public, and just simply tab this in, and that is all what we need. So I'll import that. I'll import class, and I'll import the same thing as well. And that is that for our authentication manager. Now let me just simply close this tab to show you a proper view of what we've defined so far. So we've defined our user details service, our bean of type user details service, our password encoder, our authentication provider, as well as our authentication manager. And that is for what we need for carrying out authentication logic inside of our Spring Boot application. So now that we've successfully defined all of the beans that will be needed for authenticating our user, we have to include a couple of other dependencies to our pom.xml file. And the dependencies we are going to be including are JWT based dependency that will ensure that we are able to create JWT tokens for the use of validation or authentication for our users. So right here at my project file structure, I'm going to move down to my pom.xml file, and I'll click on this my Tabnine icon to open up the the conversational panel. And I'll simply say provide me with the JWT dependency. So it has provided me with 3 JWT dependency that we are going to make use of, and I'll still have to make changes to this dependency. So I'll simply copy this 3 dependency, and then I'll move down and I'll place it below my test dependency. So I'll simply Control V for that, and I want to take out this runtime from each and every one of these dependencies. So I'll simply highlight the other part, then I'll delete it. Now the latest version of the JWT API dependency is 0.12.3. So I'll change these values as well. So I'll simply highlight the all of those and change the values. And it seems we have 6 already. Okay, and that is it. And now I'll simply reload my Marvin project. So I'll click on this icon to do just that for me. So while it's still resolving this dependency, we can go ahead and create a new class inside of a service class. So we go ahead right now and create a service package. We are going to create a JWT service class. So I'll do an auth insert, and my Java class I'll simply call JWT service, and this should be inside of a service package. So now to make this class a service class, we have to annotate with @service, and we want to generate a key in order for us to get a JWT token. So that key will be what will be used to get a JWT token. So now to have a meta landscape of what we want to achieve right here, we have to create the names of the different methods that are associated with this particular class, and that helps Tabnine in a way to know what to generate for this class for us, because I don't have to start doing everything on my own. So firstly, I want to open up git bash to generate the string that will be used to generate this key for me. So I'm going to search for git bash here, and I'll open up my git bash terminal, expand it, and use the command open ssl rand -x, and then specify the length of this particular string, and I'll click on enter. So it generates this string for me, and this is what I'll use to create a key that will be used to generate my JWT token afterwards. So I'll simply copy the whole of that, and then I'll close. And then to be on the safer side, I'll place this inside of my application.properties file. After I've simply said, security configuration, I'll simply say JWT secret is equal to, I'll use my dollar symbol, and then I'll simply say JWT secret. I'll type that in. Oops, my bad. This will be JWT secret column the values I just generated from my git bash terminal. So I'll place that value right here. So if it fails to find this JWT secret inside of our environment variable, then it's falls back to this particular value. Okay, so back to my JWT service class, I want to inject the value of that field in this class. So this should be private string JWT secret, and I'll annotate this particular field with the value annotation, and right here we simply want to use the dollar symbol and we pass JWT secret. Okay, so we have to import our value annotation from Spring framework. Okay, avoid the one coming from Lombok, so we'll make use of the one from Spring framework. And that is that for our value annotation. There are a couple of bits we want to define, or a couple of methods that we want to define. So we are going to define the method name ourselves, and we ask the Tabnine to implement those methods for us. So right now we start off with public, then secret key, and we're going to say generate key, and we simply just leave it as is. And the next thing for us is to generate our token. So I'll just type that in, so it returns a string as well, and we have to extract our token as well. So this should be public, and it returns on claims, and we simply say extract claims. Okay, and it's going to take in our string token value, and that is it. And we want to check if our token is valid, and we simply say is token valid. And we are also going to extract the subject, which should be public string extract subject. Okay, and here we are going to have our string token being passed in as parameter to this particular function. And finally, we want to extract the expiration date of this particular JWT token that will be generated. So I'll simply tap this in. As Tabnine has already given me insight on what to implement at this particular class. So right now I'm going to import my claims class as well, and then I'll simply highlight the whole of this, and I'll just let Tabnine do the job for me. I'll simply say implement all of the methods, and after it has fully implemented everything, I'll simply paste and then we can make modification to whatsoever Tabnine has given to us. So I'll simply insert the whole of this and let's start making use of the method, and then we have to define the change we have to make. So we have to set the package name as first. So that is it. We set the package name iocode.web.app.service, and we want to take out this secret password encoder that was included. We don't need this authorization or the prefix bearer, so I'm going to take it out. And now we have our expiration time set to 10 days in milliseconds, and I don't want that, so I'm going to take 10 out to make it a single day. So this should be okay, this should be 1 day in milliseconds. So our generated token will simply last for a single day. And now we have new secret key spec key byte, and it's pretty much specifying the signature algorithm that will be used for the generation, but I don't want that, so I'm going to take this out. And let's see what we have here. We have an error that says it cannot so I'll simply undo that, and I'm going to make changes to this in a couple of minutes from now. Let me be sure of what I'm doing first. So our JWTs builder is setting the subject. Now we have a kind of format that makes use of a builder for this latest update of the JWT libraries. So instead of saying set subject, we simply say dot subject, and instead of set issue that, we make use of issue that. For the same thing, we make use of the expiration instead of setting it, and then we can simply create the sign width, and we just pass in our generate key function, and then we compact our JWT token. Okay, so that is that for the generation of our token. Now for the extraction of the claim, so let us see, we make use of a parser function, not a paste builder. So this should be parser, and we simply want to verify with, then we pass in our generated key, and we want to paste sign JWS, so this should be paste sign claims, and then we want to get the payload of our token, so this should be get payload. And here we are simply extracting our subject, so this should be extract claims, then passing in our token, and we are getting the subject from it. Now its token value, we simply extract the claims and the token, and then we return true, and this is not what I want, but I'll have to implement these functions myself. So if its token is valid, we want to ensure that it is still valid when the date is before the expiration. That is just for the minimal implementation for this method. So we are going to say return new date object dot before. Okay, then we'll pass in our expiration date, which is extract expiration, and then we pass in our token. So that is it for our is token valid auth function. Now for that of our generate key function, we want to put the necessary implementations in place for that. So let us see how to achieve just that. Okay, to achieve that, we simply have to return keys.hmac, which I'll just simply do right now. This will be keys.hmac sharp for key, and then we are going to pass in our key byte, which is key byte, and that fixes the issue of having to include the type of algorithm that will be used for the generation of the key. So that is that for our JWT service class. Now that we've defined our JWT service class, we can go ahead and create our filter class. Now, before we go ahead and implement our JW authentication filter class, let us at first commit the changes we've made so far on our code base. So we are yet to test this implementation, but I believe it works perfectly fine. So I'm going to clear what we have at first, and I will simply say git hard, and we have git commit, and here I'll specify the message saying all beans and JWT service class for authentication has been defined. Okay, so that puts us on the right track. So we have to move back, and here at our file structure, our project structure, we want to create a new class which I'll simply place inside of a new package that I'll call filter. So in the future, if there will be an update on our application, I want to include a couple of other filters. We make use of this package to do just that. So all of the filters will be placed inside of the filters package. So right now we just make use of our auth and insert, and we create this class which is JWT authentication filter class. So that is that. This class is going to be a component, so I'll simply add it at first to Git. So I'll annotate with that component. It also implements a once per request filter class, so I'll include that as well. So this should be once, it extends, sorry for that, it extends the once per request filter. So this should be extend and not implement, so I'll have to change that. And we have to implement the method that comes with this once per request filter, which is the do filter internal. So this should be okay. And I simply want to close this so you get a proper view of everything we'll be doing. So we want to add the at null annotation. So I'll simply highlight those two, and then I will include at null. Simply import from Spring framework, and I'll do the same for our filter chain. So though it's not mandatory, but it is recommended that you include this at non-null annotation to ensure that those warning signs disappear. Okay, now that is that. For our token, or perhaps for this particular filter, it gets executed whenever a request is being made to our server, and we're going to see how to ensure that it gets executed inside of our security config class. We're going to be checking that out immediately after we are done with this particular implementation. So to start off, we want to get the JWT token that we've generated from the authorization header. So what we simply have to do is simply say string JWT token equals request dot get header, and we pass in our authorization value, which is the authorization. This is the header it gets, and we want to check that this JWT token is not null. Or the token is not valid. Okay. Okay, or the token is not valid. Now, in order for us to check if this token is not valid, we have to inject an instance of our JWT service. So this should be private JWT service. We want to make it final as well, so we can make use of the required Axe constructor. So right here at the top, we want to include that definition to be required as constructor. I'll just simply tab that in. I want to take this out as well. So we simply have to import this particular annotation. So if at first it's going to check if JWT token is equal to null, and if it's equal to null, then this check does not take place again. But if it is not equal to null, then it checks if the JWT token is valid. So it says if JWT token is not valid, we pass in our JWT token. Then this is what you simply want to do for me. Okay, you want to simply move on to our next filter by saying filter chain.do filter. Then we pass in our request and our response object to this particular call. Now, there is something we have to understand. When we generate a JWT token, we prefix that token with a string, which is known as the bearer. So this ensures that developers all around knows that that particular token is a bearer token. This applies to basic authentication as well. So in some cases, you can make use of basic authentication. Then you have to, encode the password and the password and the username you are trying to use to access that particular account. In that case, you include the basic keyword or the basic string and a space before that particular URL or that particular encoded username and password before sending it alongside the header of that particular request. Now, in our case, we'll be concatenating the bearer string before our JWT token before sending it back to our client when the user tries to authenticate. Okay, so just take note of that. Let us see what we have. It says JWTService might not have been initialized. So we have to take this from our method definition and put it directly inside of the class to create an instance variable of it or an instance type of it. So that is why I had that error initially. So this should be JWTService.isTokenValid. Okay, not that, but JWT token dot substring starting from index value of 7, because we have to take out the bearer string at first. You'll see what I mean when we start implementing authentication for our registered users. Okay, so it's going to do this filter, and then we simply return from our function. But else, if the token is valid, then we want to extract the JWT token away from it. So we simply say JWT token is equal to JWT token to start with bearer. And if it starts with the string bearer, we simply want to, extract the token from it, and then we simply pass in our JWT token to this value if the reverse is the case. That is, if it doesn't start with this bearer string. And that is what we pretty much should have done here. I think we can take this one out. Now, definitely we have to ensure that the string comes with a bearer prefix before the token itself. So let's leave it as is. Now we can get the subject of our JWT token by simply saying string subject equals to JWTService.get subject, not get header, but extract subject, and then we have to pass in our token as the value, which would be our JWT token, and we want to check that the user or the subject exists. But at first we want to get the context from our security context folder. So this should be var context is equal to security context folder.get context, and I will have to import that class as well. And that is that for getting the context. I want to check that this context does not already have a authenticated user installed, so or an authenticated user installed. We want to say if user is not null, and sorry, that's an error. We have to say at first, we have to search for our user using the user repository. Okay, so we simply have to say user is equal to user repository, or we make use of our UserDto service, because in this case we are trying to authenticate our user. So we make use of our UserDto service, which I'll inject to this class now. So we'll make use of it, load by username, and then we'll pass in our subject. Okay, and right here I'll have to import my user class. Now this UserDto service is the bin we defined inside of our app configuration class. So that is the bin that will be injected inside of our JWT authentication filter class. And this method is the load user by username. And we have to import our user. Yeah, this is the user in question. Finally, we have to typecast the return value because it's of user details. We have to typecast it to match the user we've defined in our application. Now, if user is not equal to null and the context does not already contain an authenticated entity, then carry out the next line of action. So we simply just have to tab this in, then I'll explain everything we have here. So if the user is not null, after we've gotten it from our UserDto service, we want to also check that the authentication does not contain any authenticated entity. That's the context of get authentication should be equal to null for this part to get executed. Now in that case, we want to get an authentication token, and this will be gotten from the username password authentication token, while we pass in our user and a null value as a credential, and then our authorities as parameters to this particular newly created password authentication token. And afterward, we set the details of our authentication token to the request that was made. And finally, we simply set our authentication using our context to indicate that now we have an authenticated entity inside of our context. And finally, we have to pass in the request and the response to the next filter in the chain. So I'll simply tab this in, and we have filter chain.filter passing our request and our response. Okay, so Tabnine pretty much helped in a way, but most of the time for this particular JWT authentication class, it seems that to some extent I was pretty much the one that did most of the heavy lifting. So that is that for our JWT authentication filter class. And the next thing for us to do now is to implement our security config class. Now in this class, we are going to override the default security method that has been defined by Springboot. To get started with the implementation of our security config, that is to override the default Spring Security have implemented for us, we get started with our security configuration class, and then we have to annotate this particular class with @configuration. Okay, and now we want to define and inject a couple of bins, starting with our JWT filter bin. So this should be private final JWT filter, JWT authentication filter, and this should be auth filter. Okay, next bin to inject would be our authentication provider. And I'll just simply tab that in and import this particular authentication provider bin. So in addition to that, we want to enable web security, and we also want to require all Act constructors. So to be on the right track, we have to override the security filter chain by creating a new bin for this filter chain. So I'll annotate this particular method definition with @bin. Then we are going to have public security filter chain, and it takes in an instance of HTTP security. And here we just have to tap this in. We import all of the unimported classes. Now we have to make changes because the method definition that has been provided by our generative tool, our AI generative tool, are all duplicated. Now we have to make corrections to this. So starting with our CSRF and cause, we take out the disable functions, and for our course we are going to define a course configuration now. So I'll simply move to the bottom. I'll define as being, I'll simply say public course configuration source. This is where I let Tabnine do the generation for me. So I'll simply just tab in, and I want to import all of the classes, and that is it. So inside of our course method of the HTTP instance, we want to pass in this bin, which is course configuration source, to indicate the source. So right now I can just use a lambda expression, and I'll simply pass in C. I want to set the source by saying c dot configuration source. We are going to pass in this function that has been defined, that is the bin that we've created, and we'll put it inside of the parentheses. So for our CSRF, we simply just have to disable that. So we make use of abstract HTTP configurer, 2 columns, and then we disable our CSRF. So right here we want to authorize request. Pretty much what I'll have to do is just take out this part and fix it myself. So this should go with what we want, and this should also go with what we want. But then for our authorized HTTP request, we have to pass in a request instance. This should be request dot request matchers. I want to specify a couple of endpoints, which should be /users or /user/auth and /user/register. And all of this should be permitted. I want to put this in a new line. Okay. Okay, so we are going to have HTTP request, and not authorized request, but authorized HTTP request, as the other has already been deprecated. So that is that. Now for our course, we still have this. Okay, we have to add the fact that this particular bin is going to throw an exception during creation if it happens that an exception occurs. So that fixes the issue. And right here, we want to simply take this one out, Control X, and simply put session And using a lambda expression, we're going to say session dot, we paste that value, and we end with a semicolon. So we also have to provide our authentication provider. Okay, that is the defined authentication provider we already have in our bean definition, and I'll tap this to be on same line. Or can say page with the other details. So right here we are setting the different configuration property for our security filter chain. At first we are turning off CSRF, that's why disabling it, because the JWT token alone is sufficient to handle any kind of CSRF attack that might occur. And for our calls, we are defining a bin of configuration source, and we want to specify the allowed origin. So I'll have to do that. It should be called config.allowed origin, and that should be from localhost 3000, because that would be where our client application would be running from. Okay, that would be the port it's running on. Now we have to authorize HTTP request. We'll pass in our request as some parameter, and the request take the request matchers and specify the different endpoints that should be permitted. Take for example, if we are trying to authenticate a user, then that endpoint should be permitted. And if we are registering a user, then that endpoint should also get permitted without any form of authentication. Now, any other request must get authenticated. Now, for our authentication provider, we are pretty much passing in this defined authentication provider that will be injected as a result of having defined this particular bean in our config class. And the next thing is our auth filter. So we are adding this authentication filter before our username password authentication filter. Finally, we are ensuring that the session creation policy we are making use of in our application is the type of stateless. So that is that for our security configuration. Now we can move on now to our user controller class to create it, and afterwards create a user service class to handle the logics for authenticating and registering a new user. So right now we have to go ahead with the next implementation, which is the creation of our controller class. Now up to this moment, I do not have a controller package, so I'll as well create a new controller package in order to place all of the other controllers that will be created with the user controller as well. But first, let us define that controller package. So that should be an auth insert. And I want to create this Java class, and I'll simply place inside of a controller. So this should be user controller. Okay, and it just came to my understanding that we still have our JWT authentication filter class inside of the topmost package. So I'll have to correct that. Initially, during the creation of that class, I stated that I'll place this filter inside of a filter package. So what I have to do now is create a new package again. So this should be a package, and I'll simply call it the filters package. I'll simply move my JWT auth filter into this package. So if you've already done that on your part, you can go ahead with the next implementation. So all you have to do is skip this part, and I'll just simply refactor on my own end to ensure that the service class, which is our config class, which is our security config class, inject our authentication filter from the proper package, which is the filters package. So back to our controller class. So this is simply our user controller. We are going to define just two methods. One would be the authentication method, and the other would be our registration method. But our user controller class is going to make use of a bin. Before we define the bin, let's simply annotate this controller class with @REST_controller. And the next is to import that controller. We have to as well include at request mapping. Okay, so this should simply map to /user, and that is that for our user controller. Now I have to create my service class, which is my user service class, inside of my service package. After which I'll define the other two methods. So this should simply be our user service. Okay, and you simply have to add this to Git. I'll also have to annotate this class with @service. So before any further implementations, I've practically just finished the definition of our filters class and also placed it inside of the filters package. That is our JWT authentication filter. It's good practice that I commit this code right now. So I'll simply open up my terminal and make use of Git once more to commit this code. So this should be this, and so the very first field we want to define, or the very first method we want to define for our user, is the registration of a new user. So this should simply return a user instance. So this should be public user and this should be coming from our iocode.webapp.entity package, which is simply the user we've defined inside of our entity package. So it should take in a DTO object. So this should be a user DTO, and we should have user. I'll simply leave it as okay, user DTO still makes a lot of sense. So right here we want to make use of Tabnine. So I'll simply highlight the whole of this, and I'll simply just reload. Okay, so I'll simply say implement so I'll just have to insert this implemented code. So this should fix it. And right here, I think I'll have to take out these ones, these definitions. I already did that, and this one as well. And finally, I don't want to make use of AutoWired, but I want to make use of required acts constructor. So that is that for these implementations. Now, when you take a look at this thing properly, this is one of the hallucinations I talked about initially in the introduction phase. So this is practically not what I want Tabnine to do for me. So I'll have to make the proper corrections myself. At first, it has injected, or it has included our user repository instance, which clearly is what we need. So I'll have to make correction, and I'll have to make this final at first, and then I'll have to import, because I'm making use of required acts constructor. And now we want to create our user DTO class. For us to do that, we have to create this class inside of a package that I'll simply call DTO. So we just have a proper insight of what each and every package is doing. So I'll simply add this, and now we have our user DTO inside of the DTO package. And to make things much more feasible and understanding, I want to make things a little bit easy. So right here inside of my user class, I want to copy the required field that will be needed for the creation of a new user. So this should simply be the first name, last name, and we practically do not need the username, but I'll take that part out. So we have the gender, and let's see if we still have any more field. And these are just the field that will be coming from the client side or from the user side. So I'll simply Control C this, and back to my DTO, I'll paste it here. So I'll take out this part because we are getting the first name, or perhaps I'll leave it sorry, because we are getting the username as the email. So I'm going to take out this at column annotation and simply annotate this class with the required field, starting with at getter, at setter, now I'll tag the whole of that in, and then I'll take at entity and builder. So we're simply going to have setter, all ask constructor, as well as no ask constructor for our UserDto. So we don't just want to expose the whole of the UserDtos to the client. We just want to expose some specific part, or we are ensuring that we are just getting some specific fields. Okay, and I can as well take out this tag because we're going to be generating that tag ourselves. So back to my user service class. This is it right here. So we want to make use of the builder pattern that we've defined inside of our user class. So this should simply be a user.builder. Okay, so the user.builder.build, and finally we'll have to pass in the next couple of fields. We want to set the last name to our UserDto dot get last name, and as a matter of fact, I'll simply let Tabnine do this implementation for me. So I'll simply highlight the whole of this, and so we have the first name of our user. Let's see, I simply have to undo the whole of this, and I'll do that myself. So this should be first name. I'll type that in dot username, and we are going to have dot password, and in this case we'll have to inject our password encoder. So to do that, I'll simply have to include that field. So this should be private final password encoder, and the password encoder. So I'll have to also import that as well. And that is that for our password encoder. So I want to encode this password before we are going to be saving it into the database. So I'll simply wrap this around parentheses and make use of the password encoder.encode function. So that is that for our password. Now the next one in line is to set our tag. So this should be dot tag, and we are simply going to concatenate our string, which is io underscore, and then we simply add the username from our DTO. So this should be user dot DTO dot get username. So that is that. So in the case where the username, which would be an email, is something like james@gmail.com, we're going to have io underscore james@gmail.com as the tag of that particular user. So the next thing in line is the date of birth. So this should be the date, which is DOB, and we're simply going to pass in our UserDto, and that is that. So we have our first name, we have the last name, we have the username, we have the password, we have the tag, and we have the DOB. But if you recall correctly, inside of our users class, our entity class, we have an additional field which happens to be the role of this particular user, and it's a list of string, and this should not be coming from our client. So this is what we have to set on our own part. So back to my UserDto class, I'm going to move, sorry, not my UserDto, but my user service class. We want to set the role of this particular user. So in order for us to achieve that, we simply add dot roles. I'm going to pass in a list of roles. and this should be of string. So I'll just type that in as has been given or as a suggestion from Tabnine, and this is practically going to do this for us. But having the whole of this logic inside of our registered user function or method is not that efficient. So we want to separate this in case we are going to map our UserDto in another instance to make use of. So we have to extract this and place it inside of another method. So right here we are going to have this method definition that will simply be private. This should return a user. This should simply be map to user, and it's going to take in an instance of UserDto, and I'll simply just place at DTO. And then finally we want to copy the whole of this. Okay, so we don't have to copy the whole of this. Now, based off of what we've done here, you can see that Tabnine is practically giving us suggestion, and it says, hey, you've written something like this before, you can just go ahead with this with this same implementation and return the builder instance of your user. So I'll just simply tab this in, and right here, to make things a little bit much easier for us, I'm going to make use of my map to user function. And that is that. So we now have our user, and we are saving our user to the database. So we are simply doing what is called single responsibility design pattern, or I'll say single responsibility rule. I'll find the proper term to use for that, pardon me. But then again, we are simply delegating the logic of converting a UserDto instance to a user. Okay, so that is that. And now we have our map to user method defined, and we also have our register user method defined. So we can move back to our controller class, and right here we simply want to inject our service class. So this should be private final user service and user service. And to make it proper, we have to include our required or axe constructor. So most of the time you can make use of this AI, take the codes that generates for you, tweak them to your satisfaction, but other times you can do the the logic yourself, and that is just it. Most of the times it's helpful, but due to the hallucination that comes around, sometimes in some cases it's proper you employ your own logic. Now, for our registration of a user, we have to define an endpoint for that. So this should be at get mapping, and after slash user we're going to have slash register. Okay, and right here we are simply going to define this function that simply registers our user. So this should be a public, and it's going to return a response entity of type user. So this should be response entity, and we're going to pass in our user instance as the parameterized type, and we're simply going to call this function register. Take what Tabnine is giving to us, and we're going to request for the body coming from this endpoint. So this should be notated with our request body. Right here, we're going to pass in user and user. Sorry, not user. Pardon me for that. We're going to pass in UserDto, and we simply pass in our DTO. And I think Tabnine is going to do a great deal here. So it's missing out. So we have to return our user service dot register user, and then we have to end with a semicolon, but this is going to be placed inside of our response entity, so we'll have to correct that. So this should be response entity dot okay. Okay, so that is that for the registration of a user. Now, to be on par with our service class, I simply want to change the name of this particular function from simply register to register user. Okay, now before we define the logic for authenticating a user, I want to point something out that during the authentication of a user, some things for most applications gets done. The details of the user is sent to the client, as well as an access token, or which I'll call our JWT token. So the response entity will be a type that is kind of unknown, right? So we are going to be creating that particular response entity. So to do that, we are simply going to say public, and this should simply return our response entity. And instead of passing a defined type, we simply pass in a symbol of question mark, and here we are simply going to say authenticate user, and it's going to take in our DTO as well. So we are still going to pass in user DTO, and right here we are going to make use of our user service dot authenticate user function. Okay, so firstly we are going to be authenticating, getting our auth object from our authenticate user service. Okay, so this is not simply what we return, but firstly we want to simply say user service dot authenticate user, and we end that with a semicolon, and we want to equate this thing to a variable which type is yet unknown. So this should be our auth object. That's the details that has been gotten from authenticating this particular user. Okay, now to make everything clear and take out this error, we have to define our authenticate user function inside of our user service class. Right here we simply want to return a map of string and object value pair. So this should simply be a map, and it takes in a string as a key, followed by a type of object. Okay, so I'll have to import this. So now I'll take this function to the top of this one. So I'll place it right here, just merely after our authenticate our authenticate user, our register user function, and then we are going to start the implementation of this particular function. So we are going to have a map of string and object, and that is practically what will be returned. So we want to create a new instance of this, and we are simply going to say auth object is equal to new hash map. So I'll just type that in from Tabnine and then import our class. So right here I'll simply tap this in again, but we are not finding our user auth object from our user repository. We want to make use of our UserDto service bin. So I'll have to inject that bin right into this particular service class. So this should be private final user details service and user details service. The reason is because our user details service would be what Spring Security is going to use to find our user. Okay, so I'll have to make this correction. I'll take this out, and then we are going to have user details service dot load user by username, and we want to get the username, and this function practically does not return a user, so we have to typecast the return value to a value of type user. So that is that for this particular implementation. And the next thing to do now is to ensure that the user that will be returned is not null, or else if it is null, I'll simply just tab this in. See, Tabnine already provided that for us. So we want to return a username not found, or a username not found exception. So instead of runtime exception. So we are returning a username not found exception. And right here, we simply want to authenticate this particular user. So to do that, we are going to simply inject again one more bean, okay, which happens to be our authentication manager bean. So this should be private final authentication manager, and then this should be authentication manager. Tap this in again, and let's see if I've made authentic. Okay, yes, there was an error, so I'll have to take out that T, and I'll have to inject our authentication manager class. And finally, I'm still going to inject our JWT service class. I'll simply tap that in. So you take a close look that Tabnine is pretty much giving us comments associated with each feed injected. So we have assuming user repository is defined. So each of these is defined. So I can just highlight the whole of the assuming keyword and simply say inject, okay, or define an instance, just depend on what you prefer. So I'm injecting an instance of user repository, and I simply want to just copy the whole of this, Ctrl C, and I'll simply paste it here, and then I'll take out the whole of this is defined keyword, so it aligns well with what I need. So I'll take that out, and in place of user repository, we are injecting a password encoder in this scenario. So now to continue with our authentication method, we have to make use of our authentication manager to authenticate this particular user. So we are going to say authentication manager dot authenticate, and we're going to pass in an instance of a new username password authentication token, and we are going to pass in our username, which is the UserDto dot get username, and then we are going to simply pass in our password. So this should be UserDto dot get password. So that is that for authenticating a user. So let me just place this on a new line so you can get a proper view of this, and I'll have to end this with a semicolon. And the next thing for us to simply do now is to generate our JWT token. So we have this implementation being provided to us by Tabnine. So let me simply tap this in. So we have the auth object.put token. So this should be the key value pair for our token, because we are sending back this auth object as the response object that we'll have to implement inside of our controller class. So we are putting the token, and the next thing for us to put now is the authenticated user, because inside of our clients, after a successful authentication of our user, we are going to simply take the user details from the return object and store it in the store when we start implementing our client side. So I'll have to make that implementation here. So we are going to simply say auth object.put user as the key and our returned user as the value. Okay, so right inside of our controller class, let us make the necessary implementations. At first, we want to set the header of this particular object. So I'll simply say a response entity, and this should be this, and I'll simply say response is equal to response entity dot of, if I'm correct, dot okay, and we simply want to pass in our auth object dot get, no, not that, my bad. So we want to set the header at first. Okay, dot headers, pardon me. So we are going to set the header, and this should be an http headers dot authorization. If that should be here, so this should be authorization, and we want to set in the body, which should happen to be our auth object dot get, and then we'll pass in our key, which is simply the user. And finally, we have to just simply build this user. Okay, let's see. It says cannot resolve this function, so I'll simply end with a semicolon, and finally we want to return the response. Okay, it says it's redundant, so we can just inline variable, and this practically just define what we want. So this is the header we are returning back, but we haven't yet defined the value that will be returned alongside this header. So I'll hint that I will include a comma, then we have to pass in our value, which should be the auth object dot get, and then we want to pass in the key, which happens to be token in our own scenario. Okay, my bad. I'll have to concatenate this to a type of string because it returns an object. So that is why I was having the whole of that error over and over again. But I can make use of authorization, and I can as well make use of HTTP headers. Okay, dot authorization. It still serves the same purpose. So we have this as the response entity that would be sent back when a user gets authenticated. So that is that for our registering of a new user as well as the authentication of a new user. So I'll have to take a close look at my application or properties file to make sure that all the implementations are being defined properly. So let us take a close look. So we have our servlet context API slash v1, and we also have the bank underscore db as my data source URL, and then this should simply be my database. And we have the password of our username or for our database. Then we also have our JWT secret being properly defined. Next thing for us to do now is to start this application to ensure that the minimal implementation for registering and authenticating a user is properly working. So I'll simply click on the run icon to start the application. And if the application starts off successfully, I'll be happy to commit this code, and then we'll move on to the next stage of testing logic before we move on to implementing how to register an account, create an account, as well as converting between currencies of different types. Okay, now we can see clearly that we have an error, so I'll have to scroll a little bit up, and then let's see, we have a circular placeholder reference JWT secret, it says in property definition. So let's see, error creating it with injection of auto wired dependencies failed. So I'll still scroll up a bit to see where this error is coming from. So it's practically from our JWT service cloud. So right here inside the JWT service class, we have our JWT secrets. It should simply be coming from our application or properties part. So what I'll have to do is just take out this stuff, leave it as is, and then I'll simply click on the run icon again. So it is clear that our application started successfully, and it implies that all the implementations so far are correct. So we have to simply commit our code and move on to the next phase of testing the application. So now we have to test all the implementations to register a user as well as authenticate a user with Postman, which is right here. I already opened it up and I've defined a couple of fields. I don't want to bore you with the whole of setting the whole of this thing over and over again. So I just simply point out the different fields that I've defined. I'll be sent as body with the request that will be sent to our server. So right here I'm going to simply minimize this, and we have to run this application again because there's a change I'll have to implement, and that should be inside of our user controller class. So at first I made an error. This should not be a get mapping, it should be a post mapping, so pardon me for that. So I have to make that correction and let you know that I'm making such change. And here again, which would be the function for authenticating a user, we simply have to do the same thing right here as well. But in our scenario, or in this second case, this should be a message or a call to the /auth endpoint. Okay, so these two changes simply fixes the issue I'm talking about. So right now I can start the application, but to be very sure of my implementation, I'll take a close look at my security config class or file to ensure that my security filter chain is aligning the calls to these two endpoints, which is the /auth endpoint and the /register endpoint. So that is that. I'll simply start my application. I'll stop and rerun, and now I'm going to bring up Postman, and yeah, I've defined this particular endpoint is a post call to API/v1, which is our servlet context part, that is the base part, and this should be /user again. Or I think I have a second bank API collection. Let's see. So this should be it, and we have a bank user registration right here. So I'll simply click on this one. So I don't have to make changes, any kind of changes to that previous one. So it's practically the same thing. So let's make that correction right here. Let's see what we have in the body. So we still have something similar. We have the username, we have the password, we have the first name, we also have the last name. And right here I'll simply want to make proper correction. So this should be to the /user before the /register endpoint. I'm going to simply send this request now to my server. So I'll click on this send icon, and you can see that we got a 200 OK. So if I'm to open up my terminal, okay, prior to this moment I do not have any user register. So what I have to do now is just simply try and see if I already have a new user registered into the database. So I'll simply make use of the select statement. So I want this to be in all caps, so this should be select star from bank user, which happens to be the name of the table that will store our user. So we have the IO code first name, IO code last name, and you can see that we have the present time and date, which is true in my scenario, which happens to be the 7th of September as of the time of recording this particular video. So that is that for registering a user. So the next thing we want to check, that's the next logic, is to check the implementation of our authenticate user logic. So right here, I simply do have another post method. So I'll click on it. We just have two fields that is necessary for the authentication of a user, and that's the password as well as the username, which happens to be the email. So I'll have to make proper correction to this. This is, let's see what we have here. So back to my user registration, we have iocode@gmail.com, and we also have password as iocode. So I'll simply just copy this, and to my authentication call, I simply want to paste it right here, and then I'll take out this other comma, include a space, and then we are going to make correction to the path, simply /user/auth, and then I'll send. Okay, now we have a 403 forbidding. So I want to take a close look at what we have to ensure that I can get to see why we have this 403 forbidding. So I'm taking a look at our authentication, or perhaps our server application, and taking a look at the log. So we have cannot invoke JWT.map.get object because auth object is null. Okay, let's see. So back to our user service class. Okay, we have our auth object is equal to new. It says it's updated but never queried. Okay, now this is it. The reason is because initially when I was creating this particular function, I simply just included the return null statement, so I didn't get to know that this implementation was wrong. So I have to change from null to my auth object. Okay, and let's take a look at what we have inside of our application or properties file. So we have an update, so we do not have to re-register our user, so we leave that as is, and I'll simply restart the application, after which we can test that the logic for authenticating a user to be sure that our user gets authenticated successfully, and the user that was authenticated is being sent back to the client. And then we are also going to be checking for the headers to ensure that our JWT token is being sent back as an authorization token. So back to Postman, we do not have to make any changes to any of this. I'll simply click on send, and hopefully we are going to get a 200 OK this time around. So we have a 200 OK with the details of this particular user. Okay, and we also have the password of this user, though it is hashed, but we want to prevent that as much as possible. What we want to do is hide some of the details concerning this user from the client itself. Okay, and we have the roles of this user, we have the transactions that have been carried out by this user, as well as the accounts that is related to this particular user, the authorities of this user. Okay, and we also have a couple of other fields that was being defined by the initial user details that we've implemented, which is the enabled, the account not locked, the credential non-expired, and account non-expired. But what we want to do now is prevent the clients from getting the details of this password. So we'll have to go back to our user entity class and make that change. But now we want to take a look at the headers. Okay, so right here I'll scroll to the top, and we discover that we have an authorization header with a bearer string and a JWT token, of which if I'm to take this JWT token to debug it in the JwT IDE website, it's going to show us the values that are associated with this particular token. So that is that for the registration and authentication of a user, which we've properly tested and see that it is working as expected. We can then move on to the next logic or implementation of our bank in application. Now, before we start the next implementation of how to create and register an account for our user. Let us take a look at the finished application. So we have a current logged in user, and we discover that we have a couple of accounts, or perhaps different account that is associated with this particular user. So let us take a close look at the account tab. So when we move over to the account tab, in addition to these different currencies account that this particular user holds, we can also create another one. So when I click on this create new account, we have an option to choose from a couple of next available currency type, which happens to be Indian rupee and the Chinese yuan, because these are the currencies that our banking application supports, and at the moment this particular user does not really have any of these currency accounts with the application. So what we want to do now is create an Indian rupee account. So you just have to click on this Indian rupee, and then I think we'll have to scroll down a bit to create this account. So I'll simply click on the create bank account, and we have this spinner indicating that something is occurring at the back end. So when I click on this INR, we discover that we have 1,000 INR as the balance. But then again, when I click on creating an account, we'll discover that we just have only Chinese yuan. Okay, so that is that for creating an account. So what are all the different accounts that a particular user can only have, or a particular user can simply hold one currency account. So a user cannot create a pounds account twice, a Nigerian account twice, or a USD account twice, or as the case may be. So we have to take that into consideration. So we have to ensure that we are validating all the requests coming from the client side. So let us start off with that particular implementation of a user creating an account, and then we can go on and test that implementation with Postman. So now, before we begin with the creation of our account, or perhaps its implementation, we've tested our user controller logic and we've seen that it's working fine. And we've also seen the client side and how this account works. But then again, as a sign of good faith and to keep up with good software development process, we'll have to commit this code again to Git. So right now we have to move back to our controller package to include our user controller. So sorry, to include our account controller. So this should be an auth insert. I'll specify the name of my class. That is that. And to be on the same page, we have to annotate this with the desired annotation. So this should be what I want. So I'll simply just copy the three of these and back to my account controller class. I'll paste it right here. And instead of to the slash users endpoint, this should be to the slash accounts endpoint with an S, okay? Pluralized form. So that is that for our account controller. Then we have to make use of the account controller. That is, our implementation should be coming mostly from the service side. So we have to define a new service class. So right here, I'm going to move to my service class, and I want to define a new service class right here. So this should be is account service class. I'll simply add this, and if I'm to take a close look at my user service class, these are a couple of annotations I want. So I'll simply copy this, and right here inside of my account service class, I'll paste it. So the first method, or perhaps the first function we have to define, is the create account function, and that is what we are basically going to be looking at now. And we are going to be looking at how to implement the logic. Firstly, if we are to take a close look at our account entity class, which is right here. So we have a couple of bits like I've shown you previously. We have the account number, the currency, the code, the label, and the symbol, which is of type character. Now there are proper ways to send the details from the client or perhaps Postman to our server. But then again, what I simply want from the client or Postman, as the case may be, will simply be the code and the symbol. I'm going to be defining a helper class that is going to hold the label, the value of the label based off of the code that is being gotten from the client side. Now, yeah, like I stated, there are proper ways. So when I start the implementation, you are going to understand what I'm trying to say. But there are proper ways, or much more better ways to achieve that. So I give that to you as an assignment on your part to see how you are going to achieve that. Then again, when we get to that point, I'll let you know. So back to my account service class, we'll go ahead now and inject an instance of our account repository. So this should be private, and I'll just simply tap that in, import my account repository class, and move on to the next, which is to create an AccountDto class. Inside of my DTO package, I'm going to have an AccountDto. It's defined just this field that I've stated earlier. So I'll move to my account entity class, copy the whole of these 4 fields, which it so happens that I'll be needing just 3 of these fields. I'm taking out the currency, so we're going to have just code, symbol, and label. And in addition to this, we are going to be annotating this particular class with getter, all asks constructor, no asks, as well as setter. So I'll copy this, move to my account DTO, and I'll simply paste it here. So this is basically what will be coming from our client: the code, the label, not the label, but let's just have it right here. The code and the symbol alone would be sufficient. So back to my account controller class, I'll simply define my create account endpoint. So I'm going to start by using the @post mapping, have public response entity of type account, because the creation of account will basically return the account that was created, and then we're simply going to call this create account, get the response body, the request body, pardon me for that, request body, and this should be account DTO, and right here we want to also include an instance of the authenticated entity, that is our authentication. So this should include a comma, and we also have to specify the authentication. I would love to point it to you that most of the logic or implementations that will be executed in the application after a user has successfully been authenticated would be associated with that particular user. So we need to get hold of the authentication object to get the user, to ensure that everything that is being carried out is being carried out by a user that is authorized or authenticated. So that is why we need the authentication. And what we basically need from this authentication is the principal object, which will happen to be our user. So we have to get hold of that principal object. So we are going to simply say var user, and this will be equal to user, a typecasted. I'll simply just tap that in. So we are going to have get principal. It's my bad. So this should be get principal. I'll simply import my user class. Escape. So that is that for our user. Now right here, now we are going to return this. So this should be return response entity dot okay, and I'll end with a semicolon at first, but we need to inject our account service instance or our account service bin. So I'll just tab this from Tabnine, import my service class, and then finally we are going to say account service dot create account. We pass in our user, and then our account detail should come in at first. Pass in our account DTO, and then we pass in our user as the second parameter to this particular method call. So right here we want to create this particular function inside of our service class. So I love to first of all point out that we are going to be generating an account number, and not just the account number, we are also going to be generating card number as well as the CVV that will be associated with a particular card for this application. And in order for us to achieve that with proper implementation, we have to define a new class that I'll place inside of a new package I'll call the util package, and that particular class will be called random util because its main function is to generate random numbers. So right here, my file tree, my file directories, I'll simply click on my topmost package and let us create that particular class, and this should be placed inside of the util class, and this should be random util, and I'll simply click on enter, and I want to add this to Git for now, and we are going to I'll just simply take this. Yes, that is what I want, and let's see what Tabnine is going to give us now. Okay, exactly what I want. So you can just go through this on your path. I believe you will also get something similar. So it's going to generate a random value of type long, and we have to specify the length initially. So the length of an account number will be 10, the length of a card number will be 16, and then the length of a CVV will simply just be 3. You already know that. So now we have to move back to our account service class, and then we simply have to first of all generate an account number for this particular user. So in order for us to do that, we are going to define a type of account number which is of long, and we simply want to generate this number why it does not already exist inside of the database. So we are going to make use of our newly created random UT class, and this should be new random util, and I'll import, and take note that this is coming from iocode.web.app.ut and not this test util, so we have to take the one we've defined, and then right here we simply say generate random, and then we specify the length, which happens to be 10 in our case. And finally, we want to ensure that we keep on doing this while an account with this number already exists. So while account repository dot exist by account number, and I love to state that I already have this particular function or method defined inside of my account repository, which in your case you will not have, so you have to include that particular function inside of your account repository. So right here, when I click on it, we have this exist by account. It just simply check that this account number do not already exist or does not already exist for this particular user. If it exists, it returns true. So that do while loop we keep on executing until it evaluates to false. So right back to our account service class, we already have the creation of the account. So now let us start mapping up the things with the detail. So right here, we want to simply start building our account. So we simply return account builder.build, and that with a semicolon. And in between this value, we have to specify the order field, starting with the account number. We're going to pass in our account number, so I'll type that in. Then we're going to start with our balance, and this should not be account detail.get balance, but with each account that will be created, since we do not have any other means of crediting an account, I just simply give it a dummy value of 1,000. So it depends on the currency type. So that is just that. And then the next thing will be to set our owner. So this should be the user. After which we are going to set the code, and we have this right here. So the code should be coming from the client. So this should be account detail.get code, and we have to set the symbol, which should also be account detail.get symbol. We have to set the label. Now this is where we are going to have kind of difficulty. The reason is because we are not getting the label directly from the client. Okay, I want us to be able to define the label of the currency inside of our application, so we are not getting it from the client. So if we are getting it from the client might make an error. So let me assume that the client is making use of the terminal, so typing in something like United States dollars and including triple S to that spelling will result in something that we do not want for our application. So for us to make corrections to that, I want to define we have to define a helper class inside of our service package. So I'll create a new package which I'll simply call the helper package, and then inside of that package we'll be creating our first helper class, which will be the account helper class. So this should be hot insert. Right here, I want to create this class, place it inside of our helper package, and this should be account helper. So its major function is simply to assist the account service class. So if I'm to have a user helper in the future, the function of that user helper class will be to assist the user service class. So instead of piling a lot of code in our service class, we want to try to reduce it as much as possible to make it much more maintainable and readable. So right here we are going to define a currency or a list of currency that will be accepted by our application inside of this particular class. So to achieve that, we have to annotate this class with a couple of annotations, starting with @component. So Spring creates at startup an instance of this particular class, and then we are going to annotate with @required ask constructor, as well as getters, and we are going to have setter. Oh no, we do not need setter. I'll take out setter, and we are good with just the getter annotation. Now we want to define, okay, we'll be injecting an instance of our account repository because we'll be making use of this helper class extensively. But the next thing we want to do now is to define our list of currencies that will be accepted inside of our application. So this should be private final, and we're going to have currency, a map of string and string, and this should be all in uppercase because it is final. Simply call it currency is equal to not new map. Tabnine is making me lose focus on what I want to do. So this should be map dot, if I can just type correctly. Okay, so we have map dot off. Now right here as is where we are going to start implementing it. So I just simply tap this right in from Tabnine. So we have United States dollar, we have the euro, we have the British pound, and we have the Japanese yen. Now I'll simply include a comma, and right here we want to include the Nigerian naira. So I'm going to place and say Nigerian naira. And finally, we have the Indian rupee. Although Tabnine has generated part of this for us, we still have to complete it and implement it on our own. So one thing about all of these AI tools is the fact that these models were basically trained due to the available data at that particular time. They are not really up to date with the update or release that the libraries are bringing out now and then. Each libraries, for instance, the Spring framework is practically being updated every now and then. So based off of what or the code structure that was used to train that model, the model cannot go beyond that. So that is one thing that leads to these different hallucinations of our model. So just to say, it's practically just still helps in a way. So we have this 6 currency type being defined, and we've placed it inside of our helper class. So we now have to inject this helper inside of our account service class. So to do that, we are simply going to have a private final, and we are going to have our account helper. So that is that. And right here, we want to get the value that is stored inside of our map with the key of the particular code that will be sent from the client. So to achieve that, we are simply going to set our label to account helper dot get currencies. And right here, because it returns a map value, we want to get particular string that is associated with this value. So right now we are going to simply say AccountDto dot get code. Okay, and that is that. So we are getting the particular value, and if you take a close look at what we have inside of our account value, this is the key and this is the value associated. So based off of the code that is being sent from the client side, it infers the label that will be used for the creation of the account. So in scenarios where the particular key or the code is not valid, it simply throws an error, okay, and our account will not be saved to the database. That is the newly created account. So these issues might come up when we make use of Postman or CURL or the terminal to send requests to our server. But in the case of a well-structured client application like the React application we're going to be building to showcase the whole of this implementation, issues like that would hardly or will not arise at all. So that is that. And back to my account service class, we now have this value, but then again we are not returning it yet because we are yet to save this value inside of our database. So to make everything right, I'll simply make use of a local variable, and right here I'm going to save this to our database. And finally, I'm going to return our account. So that is that for the creation of our account. In the next stage, we are going to be looking at how to provide necessary validations to ensure that this particular account does not already exist for this user, or perhaps an account of this type does not already exist for this particular user. So now, like I stated, we have to validate that a user does not already have this particular account type. Okay, so what we have to do now is to define that validation method inside of our account helper class. And one more thing we have to take a close look at is like now we have an account helper class. Wouldn't it be much more beautiful and make our code much more easily readable if we have all of this logic that creates an account inside of this helper class? So what I simply want to do now is just highlight all of this and simply cut them out with Control X, and I'll simply make use of my account helper, and I want to just create an account. I'll pass in my AccountDto, and then I'll simply pass in the user and end that with a semicolon. And finally, I'll simply take this return statement and place it behind this particular definition. So we just simply have our account helper doing the job for us inside of our account service class. So I'll go ahead now and create this method inside of the account helper class. The reason I'm doing it here is because we're going to have a lot of logic going on behind the scene, and I just want to delegate most of it to the account helper class. Now, there are in some cases we also have to implement a couple of logic inside of our account service class, but then again, having an account helper class simply reduce the amount of code inside of the service class. So it's kind of delegate the responsibility to the helper class. I'll simply just paste the whole of this thing right here, and instead of having to call the get currencies, I'll take this one out of the picture, remove the parentheses, and then we are good to go. So you see the beautiful aspect of having it defined right here. And now we simply have to return the account, and that is that. So we are not basically returning this account value, but we are returning the saved value, okay, from our account repository. So I'll paste this, I'll place this in a new line, and we have to define a validation method that validates that an account of this type of code for this particular user does not already exist. Okay, so we will be placing all of the validation method underneath our other methods. So we have to define and say public void validate account non exists for user. Okay, and basically what we want to do is pass in the user ID as well as the account code. Okay, so we'll go ahead and simply say string, or we pass in our code, and then we are going to string code followed by string UID, which is the ID of our user, and we want to say if account repository dot exist by by code and UID, or pass in our code and UID, it should throw an exception not this exception but operation not supported exception, and we can pass in a message. Let's see, throw new operation not supported exception. I want to pass in a message that says account of this type already exists for this user. Let me collapse this, and here we have it, exist by code. To make it much more specific, see, why do I have this error? So I have to include this. Okay, Okay, we want to change from operation not supported because I'll have to also indicate that it's true, or I'll simply add it to method signature, and this should be exist by code and owner UID. Okay, I'll simply create this method. So that is another exist by method that is being defined inside of our account repository interface. So back to my account helper, we are checking that if this account exists by this code and owner UID, simply throw this exception, and it simply is account of this type already exists for this particular user. Why I wouldn't want to throw an operation not supported exception is due to the fact that it will ensure that I have to indicate in all of my okay, so it applies everywhere. So I just simply have to add the method signature, choose exception, and right here we want to validate at first before we even move on to the next phase of creating or generating an account number. So this should be validate account number non-exist for user, account non-exist for user, and I'll simply pass in my user followed by AccountDto dot get code. So let's see. Okay, code is coming out first. After which we are going to get the ID of our user. Okay, and now we know that this throws an exception, so we have to add it to the signature. So it throws an exception and we still have to add it right here. So we have to add it to our controller class as well. So this indicates that this particular function is going to throw an exception if the user already have an account of that particular currency type. So that is that, and now I'll have to implement another logic, which is the logic for transferring funds from one account to another inside of this application. But before I do just that, I would love us to test this implementation to be very sure that it is working as expected. To test this implementation, we simply have to create a get endpoint for our account, and that is pretty much pretty much straightforward than our previous implementation, which is the creation of our account. So we just simply annotate this particular method with at get mapping, and here we are going to define public response entity account. It returns a list of account, not just an account. So I'll have to place this inside a list that is a parameterized type of list, and let's import the list class as well. And I simply want to call this particular function get user account, and basically we are going to inject the authentication object, and all of this has been generated by Tabnine, as you can see. And here we are pretty much typecasting, and finally we are returning response entity of AccountService.get user account. Now let us add an S to this to indicate that it's not just a single account that would be gotten, but a list of accounts that belongs to this particular authenticated user. So we have to define this function inside of our service class. So right here, there are not much logic, so we can just make use of our account repository interface itself to get the list of user that is the list of account that is associated with this particular user. So I'll simply tap this in, and we are returning our account repository dot find all by owner ID, and basically we have to define this method inside of our account repository class. So IntelliJ automatically fixes this for us. So back to my account controller class, that is what I want. Let's see. Okay, I'll have to just check the file structure. So right here inside of the account controller class, we've defined this get mapping as well. And now we can simply start the application and test the logic we've just implemented. And after which, if it works out to be perfectly fine, the next thing would be to commit our code as you already know it. So now our application is started. We want to open up Postman. So right here in Postman, I've defined this particular, this particular body for our account creation call. But then we've previously authenticated a user. But what I would be doing again is re-authenticating this user and getting the new token that would be sent back from our server to create an account for this particular user. And if any exception happens to come up at the end of the day, we're going to go back to our code and fix it. So I'll simply send. So we have a 200. Okay. Now what I want to do now is just simply copy the whole of my BRR token. So I'll highlight and a Control C and move to the bank API creation call inside of authorization, or perhaps the headers. I want to highlight the whole of this other part, paste this newly generated JWT token, and then let's send and see. So right now we have a 403 forbidden. So before we go about that, there was something I was making mention of, and that was the fact that I said it would be an assignment on your part to take on the very fact that I'm sending the symbol alongside the currency type. Okay, and it's not supposed to be so, because if I'm sending a different symbol, then we are going to have an exception. We are going to have something that is not in line, that is not proper, not really an exception, but we're going to have something that is not proper. So we want to ensure that this symbol is also defined inside of our code. So you take that on your part and see how you can achieve that. You can go ahead and instead of saving a value of just the code and the label, which happens to be a string, you can make use of the code and the object inside of that map that is being defined in our helper class. I don't want to show you how to do that. So for the newbies, you guys should go ahead and play around with that. You can just let me know your thoughts in the comment section, and if you really want to see how you can achieve that, do let me know as well. But just at first, try it on your part. So right now, the issue I'm having is the fact that currency is not defined inside of my account details. So I'll have to change that and change the value from currency, or the variable name from currency to code, and this should fix the issue. So I'll send. We still have a 403 for billing. So let us take a quick close look at our log. So right here, okay, we can see that says cannot invoke object.hashcode because pk is null. Okay, so initially the thing that happened was that our insert statement or perhaps creation of an account didn't get executed because we are simply we were using currency as the value. So that was why it threw this initial exception, okay, because it encountered a part where we have a null value. So you can see that cannot invoke object.hashcode because pk is null, and the pk in this scenario happens to be the key. So the code key was null. Okay, that was, if you take a close look, you see that we have a couple of map right here. So if I'm to click on my account helper class, and we'll discover that we have the get the currency.get account details. Let me just collapse this so you get a proper view. Where we have the account detail.get code. Initially we used currency, so that was why that exception occurred. But for the second case, though an exception occurred, but it was due to the fact that there is something that is happening, which is a recursive call. So I'll just simply close this, but we can see that we have an insert statement. So we are inserting into our account the account name, the account number, the balance, the code, and the time it was created, as well as the currency. And then the values have been hidden, okay, but we have could not write JSON, failed to lazily initialize a collection of role. So this should practically be as a result of what I'll say improper serialization. So I'll take a proper close look at it, and then we are going to be solving this together. So now, to be very sure that my account has been properly saved to the database, let's see, I'll have to switch from this particular DB. So this will be bank, and then I want to simply clear what I have on the terminal and simply select all from account. Okay, not this one. Let me take a proper look at my application or properties file to be very sure of what I'm doing. So inside of my application or properties file, this is directly in the bank underscore DB database. So I'll have to fix that. So this should be C, and we have bank underscore DB. So right now I'll simply clear. Now I want to select the all list from the account. So account do not exist. I think it should be the one without an S. So this is the newly created account that we just created. So this is the account we just created. I can go ahead now and try to create another USD account for this particular user, and we are going to have an exception because it has been properly defined to throw that particular exception. Okay, so right now I'll collapse or simply minimize that stuff, and right here I'll simply send this request again, and this time around we have a 4-3 forbidden. Initially that is what we had, but then just so you know, instead of having two USD accounts, we'll still have a single USD account. What I want to do now is simply create in a euro account. So this should be EU arrow, and right here we want to make use of the euro symbol, or perhaps I'll make use of Great British Pound. So this should be GBP, and let's see if that is what I will have. I'm not having that now. Okay, so we have the character now. I have to change my language from United States International to United Kingdom for that. So when I make use of my shift key and the key theory, it's going to give me this. So now I'll simply send, and though we are still going to have a 403, but this time around the account will be created. So I'll click on this, and we now have a British pound, and we can see that we have the symbol, though not really what we defined there. But then again, we have our balance of 1,000, and we also have a different account number associated with this British pound account for this particular user. I can try as much as possible again to send this request, and another account of British pound will not be created for this particular user because of the constraints or the validations we've defined. And that is that. So let me take a close look at our code to see how we can resolve the issue that is resulting in a 403 forbidding, even if the creation of an account was successful. Now back to our application, you can clearly see that we have the exception that stated account of this type already exists for this user. That is an exception with this message because this is the message we've defined in a scenario whereby a user is trying to create an account he already has, okay, an account that's already existed. And that is that for this. Now we have to take a close look at the second exception. That is the exception I made mention that we are going to be taking a look at. We have this statement that says, let's still scroll here. It says, could not write JSON, fail to lazily initialize a collection of role, and this is practically coming from user.transactions itself, despite the fact that we are not getting hold of the user instance. The fact is that if I'm to take a close look at my account class, so this is it, and what we have here is we have a list of transactions, and the first type is of lazy, but then we have that of user, and the account, the user class, if I'm to open up the user class now, has a list of transactions as well. But then again, the account itself is trying to call the user class, and then the user in turn is trying to fetch the list of transactions that is associated with it. Now for us to fix that issue, as well as to fix the fact that if we even fix this issue at first, it's going to also result in an issue in this scenario because the user is also going to try to call a list of accounts that belongs to this particular user. So what we have to do to fix this issue is to annotate the whole of this with at JSON ignore to ensure that the serialization of this particular feed before being sent to our client would not be, that the feed will not be serialized, the feed will not be included. So starting with our password feed, okay, I'll simply annotate with that. I'll have to change my keyboard again to the previous setting. So I'll have to annotate with at JSON ignore, and yes, I'll simply copy this, Ctrl C, and we'll paste it here, paste here, and finally we paste here. So that is that, and we move down to our account class. We are going to do the same thing right here. So this is to ensure that the list or the user is not getting included in the call for after a successful creation of our account. So the user will not be included in the value that will be sent back, that will be returned to our client. So that is that. And now I'll simply have to restart the application, and then we can make a request to our account endpoint. We don't have to create a new account again. We've already done that, but then we want to send a get request to our account endpoint. So in place of a post, we simply send a get request with nothing in the body, as we've already defined inside of the account controller, which is the get user account. So I'll move back to Postman, and we have to copy our authorization token. because this is basically what we will need. Control A. So we are going to have get bank account call. Right here, we simply just have to set the authorization token, and the path is still relatively correct. Now simply send this request. So we have could not send request. Let's just see what we have here. Okay, application is still coming up. So it took quite some time. Then again, that started. So I'll move back to Postman, and then I'll simply send this request. So we have a 200 OK with the list of accounts for this particular user being returned back. So that is just basically it, including the adjacent ignore fix that issue for us. So we have our GBP, and we also have our United States dollars. So what I want to do now is create another account, and I want to be very sure that this is not as a result of me calling the get endpoint, but then again, I want to change this value from GBP to NGN, and let's look for a way to get the Naira symbol. So how am I going to get that now? Let's see. So this should be from Windows character. So character map. So I don't know about your OS if it's a Mac, but I believe there should be something similar. And I want to search for Naira, so it's going to take a while. Okay, we have the Naira sign. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to copy it and simply paste it right here. So that's what I just basically need. And now I'll create an account with ngn, and we're going to have the value returned to us, and it should be pasted in this particular pane. So right now when I send, we're going to have a 200 OK. So you get to see that it's not as a result of me calling the get bank account endpoint, but just as a result of me not initially including the adjacent ignore annotation. So JSON ignore is just going to ignore that field and not serialize it. So that is that for the creation of an account. Next thing, we are going to look at how to make transfer of funds between two different accounts. Now, our next implementation is the transfer of funds between users of our application. So let's take an example of what we have in our screen in the finished application. So we have Isaiah logged in one section, and we have Maxwell logged in another section. Firstly, Maxwell has a single USD account, while Isaiah, on the other hand, has a couple of accounts. But then again, if he is to send funds from his account to that of Maxwell, he has to send funds from the USD, from his own USD balance to Maxwell USD account. So let us try and facilitate that implementation. So right here, I'll first of all click on this withdraw, not yet facilitating, but just to show you what is being done behind the scene. So you discover that each of these are they are deactivated, they are not activated. This is due to the fact that a particular or a recipient has not yet been specified. So we want to transfer funds from Isaiah's USD account. So I'll click on USD, and this is simply just the bank we have. And now we have to specify the recipient account, which is the Maxwell USD account. So right here, we have to copy Maxwell USD account number. So I'll simply Control C, and I'll paste that account number here. And you discover that immediately I place this value here, it returns the owner of this account. But if I'm to take out one value and change this value to 8, we'll discover that we will not have anything being sent back because this particular account number does not yet exist for a USD account, and in that case this tool will go back to being deactivated. So let us make the correct change. So I'll simply leave it as it was. So we still have Maxwell, and right now I can specify the amount that I'm sending, but still because of the fact that we are still developing our application and we are testing with the use of Postman, we cannot have this logic. Or perhaps if we are going to be sending a request with CURL, we cannot implement this logic that first of all makes a request to the server to get the owner of that particular account. So that will be impossible. But then again, we are going to be looking at how we can do something similar to achieve the same result. Okay, we have to validate that even when a user tries to send funds from his account to another account, we have to ensure that the particular account number or the particular account holder exists inside of our database. So right now, what I'll simply do now is specify the amount that I'm sending from Isaiah to Maxwell. So this should be 150, and we will have a charge of 1.5 USD. And now I'll simply withdraw. So now that I've successfully withdrawn, the changes have not been properly reflected on this part. What I have to do for that is to reload my page, and I'll simply take out this error, and we have 748.88 cents. And here we still have it as is. I'll just have to reload, and this should be 1165. Okay, and so that is that for the transfer of funds. So we have to ensure at first that it is being transferred between two different owners, and definitely the account exists for that particular currency type. So let us go ahead and implement this particular logic inside of our server. So right now we have to create this particular endpoint, which will be the slash transfer endpoint, and it's going to be a post mapping. So this should be post mapping slash transfer, just to indicate that we are carrying out a withdrawal of funds. So this should be public, and immediately any transaction or call, we are going to get the details of the transaction being sent back. So that is why I have an entity feed called transaction being defined. So we are going to return a response entity of type transaction. So this should be response entity, and let's see, I'll simply tap this in, and then we can start making proper corrections to what Tabnine has given to us. Starting with the parameterized type, we want to change it from the account to transfer transaction, pardon me for that. Okay, and here in place of account DTO, we're going to have what I'll call transfer DTO. So I'll simply take out this part and highlight, and in addition I want to add the A part, so I'll simply transaction, or sorry, not transaction but transfer DTO, and this should be a lowercase t, and I'll simply create this class inside of the DTO package. So right inside of DTO, I'll place my class. Okay, I'll add to Git, and yes, talking about Git, I'll have to commit my code so far since they worked perfectly fine. So I'll open up terminal. So that is that. Back to the transfer DTO, what we basically need is the particular code type and the account number, or the destination account number, or perhaps the recipient account number. So that is what I practically want. So this should be a private string, which should be recipient account number semicolon, and then we are going to have, yes, the amount semicolon, and finally we are going to have the code of the particular currency, and we have to end that with a semicolon. Now, in addition to the private, we want to make this feed. Okay, no, we do not want to make them final, sorry, but I'll have to annotate my transfer detail with whatsoever is associated, or the annotations associated with other detail. Let's take our account detail, for instance. So I'm going to highlight all of this, Control C, and down to transfer detail, I'm going to paste it here. So that is that for our transfer detail. So what we need is the recipient's account number, the amount we are sending from our own personal account, and then the currency code. So that is just it. The reason for the currency code is just so we have to ensure that the particular authenticated user has a, or perhaps has an account with that particular currency type. So back to my account controller class, we are going to go ahead and move down to, okay, this should be transfer detail, my bad. Right here we are going to create this function inside of our service class. So here is where we have to define some of the logic, and then at the end of the day we are going to delegate the rest to our account helper class. Firstly, what we want to do is to get hold of details from our transfer details. So guess what, we have a couple of things now, so I'll just simply tab this in. This is from Tabnine. Let us see. So we have, I'll collapse this. Pardon me for the other ones I didn't collapse. You can get to see the complete source code in the GitHub repository. Okay, so right here we are using the transfer detail to get the sender. That is not what we want, since the sender is the user itself. So we are going to find the particular account using the account repository. So but we are going to do that differently. So we are going to simply say find by code and user, sorry, not user but owner UID. And yes, we are simply going to say user dot get UID. Okay, and yes, that is that for our finding. Then we have to define this function or method inside of our, account repository interface. Now this is going to return an optional value for us. So this should be an optional of type account. And let's move back to our account. I'll have to import this optional. Click on this, enter, take out the L, and then back to my account service. Let's see about that. Scroll down a bit. Okay, we're right here. We've define this particular one, but then we want to get the value .os through. So we're going to have a new illegal, not new illegal state, but new unsupported operation exception. Right here we'll specify the message that says account of type currency do not exist for user. Okay, so that is that. So now we are getting the account, and in the case where this particular account does not exist for our authenticated user, then simply throw an unsupported operation exception. So this took me quite some time, but then again we want to get our receiver's account number. So initially this is the sender, so we are getting the receiver account number, so this should be found by account number, and here we are simply going to get the recipient account number .os true as well. So right here we have to define this particular function So inside of our interface, and it simply gave us something else because our specified variable type has not been inferred. So this should be optional as well. And here we are going to have account. Back to our service class, we have this issue fixed. Now the next thing for us to simply do is, instead of having our account helper call on the validate ownership, we do not need that because we are very sure that our sender account is directly from the authenticated user itself based on what we've passed into our transfer funds from the controller class. So we do not need this validation. So I'm going to take out this validation. And in addition to that, we want to ensure that this validate sufficient fund is being carried out inside of our account helper class. So what we basically want to do now is simply get the, get this particular account helper class to carry out the transfer of the funds by defining a perform transfer inside of the account helper class. So now simply take out this value and or take out that particular method call and replace with perform transfer. And in place of what I have here, I'll take this one out, Control X, and I'll simply paste it here. Then I'll take out this one. So inside of this perform transfer that will be defined inside of our account helper class, this is where we are going to be defining and validating that the user, which is our authenticated user, has enough funds to carry out this transaction. So right here, I simply want to create that function, and it's going to return a type of transaction. And back to my account service class, I want to return this value. So right inside of the helper class, we want to practically just implement the logic that is needed. So let's see. Implementation of logic goes here. Let's see what Tabnine is going to give us again. Oops. And it fell short of what was expected. And so let us carry out this implementation ourselves. So right now, we already have the sender account and we have the receiver account, and we now have the amount. So we have to define our validate sufficient funds, but before that, we want to place this exactly below our create account function. So I want all of the validate method to be underneath the other method. So I'll simply tap this in and we can see that we have validate account owner. That is one. Let's see if we're going to have another validate. So I'll do that myself. So this should be public void validate sufficient funds. So we are going to pass in an account. Escape. And in addition to that, we are going to pass in a double value, which simply is the amount that we are trying to send. And we are simply going to check that if account balance is less than the specified amount through this particular operation not supported exception, which is insufficient funds in account. So this indicates that it throws an error, so we have to include that to our method signature. And wherever it is being used, we also have to include it. Okay, we can simply just say true exception instead of having to type in the whole name of the exception. So that is that. And the amount that will be sent would simply be a multiplication of the amount times 101% of its value. The reason is because we have to include the transaction fee. So back to our perform transaction function. Let us start implementing the logic by first validating the amount that is inside of the user account. So to do that, we are simply going to say validate sufficient funds, and right here we want to pass in sender account followed by the amount multiplied by 1.01. So I'll place this inside of a parenthesis, and let's see, since it throws an exception, I have to add this to our method signature and add it as well to this method signature. I don't want the exception to be handled, so that is why. And right here we are still going to have one more issue. So let's see, it's fixed but not yet properly fixed, because inside of our controller class we still have to indicate that it's going to throw this exception, and it's right here already. So that is that for the transfer of funds when it comes to throwing an exception. Now let us implement the logic. So back to our helper class. We are going to go ahead now and then start the implementation. So one thing you have to understand, that since this validates sufficient fund is going to throw an exception, it implies that if it throws an exception, then the rest logic will not get executed. So let me just start tabbing this stuff in. So we have the sender account.set balance to the initial balance subtracted by to the initial balance subtracting the amount that was sent, as well as the transaction fee. So that is that. And now we can go ahead and add that value to our recipient account. So we go ahead and set the new balance. So I'll simply just tab that in. That's from tab 9. After which we want to save the account for our user as well, for our sender, as well as that of the recipient, so it reflects the newly account balance inside of our database. And after which, when we make that call, we can get the updated value in our client. Now there's something I have to point out, that is the fact that when a transaction is being performed from the sender side, it's kind of it's a withdrawal kind of transaction, while on the end of the recipient, that type of transaction is a deposit kind of transaction. So we have to save two different types of transaction to our database. So as a result of that, we'll be making use of our transaction repository. So in addition to the repository of the account we have here, we'll have to include an instance of the transaction repository. So I'll tab that in as well, and end with a semicolon, import this particular interface, and yes, we are okay. So the next thing now for me to do is to simply provide this. Okay, so we have to simply create an instance of our sender transaction. So this will be sender transaction. We are going to make use of the builder instance. And right now we specify the respective details. So start with the account that is associated with this particular transaction, which in this case would be the sender account. So I'll just simply tap that in, and the next should be the status, and that should be status dot completed. Now I'll have to point something out that for a reward application, there are a couple of processes that we that this particular transfer of funds will undergo. And in that scenario, if there's a central banking system and probably there's failure in one other bank due to network issues or maybe other issues that might erupt, then this will not just be status.complete, it might be status.pending or status.even failed. But just for demonstration purpose, we are making use of complete for the whole of the different transactions that we are going to be carrying out. Now the next thing for us to do is to specify the type of transaction. Like I stated, for the sender, this particular type of transaction would be a debit or a withdrawal type of transaction. And now we want to set the transaction fee. Okay, we have the TX fee, and that should be the amount multiplied by 0.01. After which we want to set the, what do we have here again? Okay, we have the sender, we have the type, and we want to set the owner as well. So this should be sender account get owner. So due to the fact that this sender account is lazily initialized when it comes to the field of the owner, that is, the owner is lazily initialized, we cannot really get the owner. So what we have to do now is simply include the user as a parameter to this particular function. So right now I will include an extra parameter which is of type user, so that we'll be able to set the owner of this particular transaction. So this should be user, and right now we simply want to we want to fix this issue, so it should be coming directly from here. So we have to specify the user that is associated with this particular transaction. So that is that for the sender transaction. So we have to now create that of the receiver. So this should be the var recipient transaction to be equal to the whole of this. Again, Control C, and I will simply paste it here. So why I did stated that this might result in an issue, let's first of all see how to fix that. So instead of just having the user, let's simply make use of sender account dot get owner. And if it happens that the issue occurs, we can come back and fix it. So this should be receiver account dot get owner as well. So that is that, and we have the type, and this type should be dot deposit, and we are not specifying the transaction fee but the amount that is associated instead. So let's see amount, and then we can simply pass in the amount, and this should also be included with the other one. So I'll paste it to Z. So I'll be saving this to value to the database, okay? But then again, it's to return one of the values. So let us just go ahead now and simply return the transaction repository dot save all, a list of transaction, which is the sender transaction as well as the recipient transaction. But then again, we want to return just one value because this is practically going to return a list. So we are going to simply say get first. Okay, so that is how that error would be resolved, because initially it was returning a list, but I want to get the first value of that list, which happens to be the sender transaction. So that is that for implementation of the transfer of funds between two accounts. So all I have to do now is go ahead and test this logic to ensure that we've implemented it properly with the use of Postman. So right now I'll have to start the application, and while it's starting up, I'll still love to point out that we have to check at first, and if it happens that it successfully queries our owner for the sender account and the receiver account, we can go ahead and take out this extra parameter to our perform transaction method. Right now we have an exception, so let us take a close look at what this extension is saying. So we have error creating name with account controller, okay, account service, and we have account repository. So this is practically coming for our account repository. It says could not create query for public, okay, and this should be find by account number. Okay, so I'll have to make that correction. So back to my account controller class, sorry, my account controller, or perhaps my account repository, we have the find by account number, and we are passing in our recipient account number. But let's take a close look at what we have inside of our account class. So we have an account number of type long, so I'll have to make proper corrections to that. So right here inside of my account repository, we want to make use of a long value in place that of a string, so we'll have to make the proper correction. So this should be transfer dto.get recipient account number, and inside of my transfer dto class, I want to change this value to a type of long. So this should just resolve the exception that was thrown initially. Now we still have another exception that is thrown, and we can see that we have find by a code and owner UID. It expects at least 2 arguments, but only one was found. So we have to go back to our account repository interface. So these are issues and errors that might occur. So we have to find by code, which we simply have to pass in our string code followed by the owner UID. So we have to also resolve this issue. So we have find by code and owner UID. So this should be the transfer DTO dot get code. So I'll just simply leave this one as is, and before this user.getUID is called, this should be transfer DTO.get code, and we separate with a comma, and then I'll collapse this so we can have a proper view of what we have here. So we are finding the code of the owner, that is the account of the owner, using the code and the owner UID. So that is that. Now I'll simply click on this run icon to start the application up and running. So now our application successfully started this time around with no form of exception being thrown. And up to this moment, we have a single user for our application. And this user have created 2 accounts of his own. But now we want to check out the implementations we just carried out, which is the transferring of funds between accounts of different users. So we have to open up Postman, and right here I have 2 different bank API collections, and for a couple of successive calls now we've been making use of this second one. And it so happens that I'm saying IO code API collection John Doe, but in this case our user in particular is a user with the name IO code. So what I want to do now is check to see if there's a way I can duplicate this stuff, and so lucky we have a way to duplicate. So and now I'll simply rename to another user. Okay, so this should be, let's see if I can rename as well. So I can rename, so I'll simply make use of Jerry. So that is that. And now we want to create a user, we authenticate the user, and then we can go ahead and create an account for this user, after which we are going to carry out some transfer requests. So we have a 200 OK for the account of this particular user, which is IO code. And what IO code simply want to do now is send some fund from the USD account, from his USD accounts to Jerry's USD account. So when I move back to Jerry, so I'll simply just move to our bank API account creation call. And now I want to copy the account number of this particular user, which is Jerry. So this should be Control C. And right here, inside of our bank transfer request, I've defined this request. Okay. Now this request is going to take in just the recipient account number, the particular code, and then finally it's going to take in the amount that would be sent over. So we're going to have the recipient account number, and this should be in quotes. And we have to specify the value of this account number. I'll simply paste it here. And now we want to specify the code. And this is simply USD, and that's with a comma. And we now have the recipient number, the code, and then we have the amount. So one more thing is to ensure that we have our authorization token in place. So I believe this should be the right one, or if at all, let me make a proper correction. So right here, I'll simply copy the whole of this, Control C, and to our bank transfer request, we want to paste this value right here, A, V, and our body is intact, so I'll simply send this request. So hopefully we're going to, okay, it says invalid character in header authorization, so I'll have to make that correction again. So that is that. Now I'll simply send this request. So we still have a 403 forbidding even after making the corrections. So now after a thorough review of my code and also the requests I've been making, I got to see that the issue was coming from the very fact that I mistakenly spelled this particular feed incorrectly. So instead of number, I was using normal or numa. I don't know how to pronounce that, but now I'll just fix it. And then hopefully when I send this request, we are going to get the response that is desired. So I'll just click on send. Let us see, we're going to have it 200 okay this time around, I believe. And which it so happens that yes, we did have a 200 okay with the transaction ID, the amount that was specified, the transaction fee, and the sender is practically this particular sender. And it so happens that we have a value of null. Probably maybe we failed to set this particular account to the user when we initially kind of created that particular account. So we have to ensure of that, and also the receiver value is also null as well. So let us scroll down a bit and see that we have the owner of this transaction details being sent alongside the transaction, as well as the account that is associated with this particular transaction. And this is not what we want, so we'll have to include the adjacent ignore to these two different feeds, that is the owner feed and the account feed inside of our entity class. Now finally, we can see that the balance of the account was also sent alongside, and we now have 949 dot 949 USD 5 cents as the returned value or the updated account balance. Now to see the updated balance of our second account holder, which is Jerry, we have to send a request to the server again for Jerry. So I'll move to user authentication, and we want to copy our latest JWT token that we used when we authenticated this particular owner or the holder of an account. And then we have to move to our bank account call, our get method, and we want to update this value. So I'll simply highlight the of this and paste that value here, after which we can simply send a request to this endpoint. So right here we still have a balance. Okay, this is the Nigerian naira, so let us scroll down a bit, and right here we have a balance of 1,050 USD for the USD account. So this implies that our implementation of transferring funds between holders of accounts in the application is perfectly working fine. So what we have to do now is to update our Git repository. Now, before we take a close look at our next implementation, which is the conversion of currencies, let me quickly show you a change I just made to our code base. So if we made a call, that is an API call to our account list for a particular user, you discover that the feed of the account name is null. So I made that correction by including it right here. So we have the account name, and inside of the account name, I'm passing in the first name of the user, then including a space followed by the last name of the user. So that is that. So if I'm to create an account, this particular feed will be added to each account that will be created, and it will be stored inside of the database. So once again, that is just the implementation and the changes I've made. Now I believe there are a couple of corrections I also mentioned back, and we'll be making those corrections when I come across them again, one at a time. So let us take a proper look at the next implementation, that is the next logic, which is the conversion of currency pairs. So right here inside of my browser, you can see that I already have my command line, that is my terminal, my console for my client open, because I've been debugging the client side for a couple of minutes now. I left the code for a while, and when I started it, I came across some bugs of sorts, so I had to fix that. Now let us quickly take a close look at what we have for our conversion of currencies. So right here we have two different currency pair. two same currency pair, which is USD and USD. I'm going to impute a value right here. So I'm going to impute a value of 12. And when I move down here, the button is not clickable. The reason is because we have currencies of the same pair. So we have to validate on our server side that currencies of the same pair should not be convertible. So it's going to show an error if you try to convert currencies of the same pair. That is one. Now, secondly, if I'm to change this now to a value of ngn, and the value of USD I'm trying to convert is of value 0, if I move down, it's also not convertible. That is, it's not clickable. Now, all of this is possible because I'm making use of a client side and I've made the proper configuration. But however, I'm making this call to my server, that is my API endpoint, with the use of Postman. There are no proper validations, so those validations would be defined inside of my server application, that is inside of IntelliJ, when we start implementing the whole of this. So that is two validations for now. And finally, if I'm to impute a value, we have the balance of 1,165 USD for this particular logged in user. Now, if I'm to impute a value of 1,200 and I want to try and convert, it's still the same. So it ensures that it checks that the balance of this particular account for this user is greater than the amount the user is trying to convert between the currency pair. So that is another validation. So altogether we have 3 validations, and in addition to that, we have this this paragraph, or this div, that shows the values between the currency pair, that is the rates of exchange. So when I click on this icon, it's going to interchange it, and you can see that we have the value that says 1 ngn equals to about 3 zeros before a significant value USD, that's 0.006079 USD. And if I'm to change again, we have 1 USD is equal to 1,644.9 naira. So this one on its own is a call to our server side, and you can see I have also printed that value out inside of the console. So we have exchange rate, and it's pretty much just a euro, pounds, naira, USD, as well as Indian rupee. So that is that. But one more thing I want to point out is when we click on this, we can change between the different currencies that this particular user already created. So if the user have not yet created um an INRO account, is not going to see it from the drop down list. So that is that. So we also have to make validations to ensure that the user has that particular account, okay, that is trying to convert to. So that is 4 validations in all. And finally we have our exchange rate call. So this is made possible with the currency API endpoint. So right here, I already searched for currency API, and this is the currency API we're going to be making use of. Now, for demonstration purpose, I already have this account created, but I will have to walk you through so that you get a proper understanding of how to create this account, get the API key, and then I'll pretty much be implementing all of this, and you get to see everything much more clearer. So I'll click on currency conversion API. On your part, you want to start for free. So it's pretty straightforward to register an account with currency API. So what I'll do is just sign up with my Google account, and I'll be redirected to this page. I just have to click on my particular Gmail account, then I'll continue. So all of this falls under OAuth 2. I'm talking about OAuth 2. I have a video on how to create or how to secure a Springboot application with OAuth, so you can check that video out for proper securing of your application. I'll provide a link to that video in the description of this particular one. So it's kind of finalizing our account. You can see the account is set up, is being finished, just a few small seconds. So now the currency API account has been successfully created. So when I scroll down a bit, we can see that we have a plan limit for free. Now this particular API is paid for. We have 300 available API call for a month. So I'll show you how we can go around that to ensure that our application does not exceed that threshold. Firstly, we are going to be implementing it on our server side, and we have to schedule to ensure that okay, it doesn't exceed the threshold. Take note of that. Now this is our API key, and you want to lay hold of this. So I'm pretty much just going to copy this API key, and yes, we have default key right here. You can copy it from here, or you can copy it from here. So that is just that. And I'll scroll up a bit. So we have details for the different calls that we are going to be making to this API. So we have our request. So if if I'm to make a request now, it's going to change the value from 0 to 1, and depends on the number of requests I make. So you can track the usage of particular API from your application using this particular dashboard. So we have a couple of other things, but then again, this is just basic that we need to implement currency API for our application. So I'll simply make one call, which is right here. So I'll simply send, and let's see. So I've sent. We are going to see the response now. And while we are seeing the response, you can see that our request has gone up by 1, just to show that we have made use of our API key just one time. So right now we have a list of different currencies, different currency type. So this is ADA, and if you know of ADA, it's a cryptocurrency. So that is one, and it's not just normal fiat currencies alone. So there are some cryptocurrencies associated with it. So we have BDT, and we also have, let's scroll down, we also have the Canadian dollar, which is this right here, and we pretty much just have almost all of the currency. We have GBP right here as well. So that is that for the currency API. So just copy your API key, and then we can get started with the implementation of conversion of currencies for our application. Now, for us to start off with the implementation of exchanging currencies, we'll have to create a new service class, and that service class is what I'll pretty much call the exchange rate service. So this should be exchange rate, rate service. I'll have to spell this correctly, cancel for now. I'll include an E, and then I want to refactor this to make use of the proper spelling. So let's have a refactor, rename file, and just simply include an E to make that correction. So that is that for our exchange rate service class definition for now. Now I need a couple of annotations, and these are the same annotations I have inside of my helper class. So I'll simply copy all of this annotation and paste them here. So we have our components, we have required ask construct, and we also have the getters annotation. Now this exchange rate will be made use to make a call to our currency API. And as you already know that we need a way to do that. So we are going to be making use of a class known as the REST template. So we will be defining a bin for that class in a couple of seconds from now. But for now, let's just define an instance of that particular class that will be injected inside of this R class. So this should be a final instance, and this should simply be REST template. I'll tap that in, and we're going to tap the other ones in as well. So I'll just simply import this. Now we need this REST template to be defined inside of our bin classes, that is our config class. So I'll move over to my AppConfig class, and right here I want to prompt Tabnine to pretty much define that bin for me. And I already did a couple of seconds back, and you can see I said create a bin of type REST template in my define class, and this is pretty much what it created. I'm going to highlight the whole of this now, Control C, and then I'll paste that value here. So we have the bin of type REST template. So that is one bin for now, and then I'm going to move back to my class, which is the exchange rate service class. and I want to collapse my file structure. The next thing for me to define now is our rate instance. So I just simply tap this in. So we have our rate, and it's coming from Tabnine based off of what I've done previously. And now I want to create an instance of type set. Okay, this set is going to be a string, so this should be string. And my bar, let's make this final for now. The name of this variable will be currencies, so I'll just simply make use of an uppercase. And it should be set dot off. And let's move on to our helper class. That is pretty much where I'll be getting our different currency type from. So I'll simply highlight the whole of this, Control C, and move back to my exchange rate class. I'm going to paste those values here. But then again, what we need is the whole of these ones. So we just need the code type and not the label. So I'm going to take out all of the labels. So that is that. So we have all of our currencies and we are placing it inside of a set. Now end this with a semicolon. So this is the list of currencies that we have for application. The reason for a set is because we do not want duplicate inside of these particular currencies. Okay, and the next thing for us to do now is to inject an instance of our currency API key into this particular class. Okay, so to do that, I'll move back to my browser and we have the currency API again, and I pretty much want to copy the whole of this because this is going to include the request URL as well, including our API key. So back to our application, this should be a private string, and we are going to have our API key, and I'll simply equate it to what we have here. But then again, there are disadvantages to this kind of implementation. The fact that we are hard coding it inside of our code, it's not advisable. So firstly, let us divide this particular API URL into two parts. So we have the base part, which is pretty much something similar to what we have for our application, and then we have the API key, and it's a query parameter with its values being defined. So this key, which is what we have here, is what we want to place inside of our application or properties file. So I'll simply cut it out, and inside of my application or properties file, I want to create a new variable, and I'll simply comment as some currency API key, and this should be currency API key, and I'll paste this key right here, Control V. So that is that for our currency API key. Now back to our exchange rate service. This one will be okay inside of the method or the function that we are going to be defining it in. So I'll simply highlight the whole of this, Control C, and I'll just delete it. And right here, I want to annotate this particular feed with @value, and we simply want to make use of this placeholder, currency API key. That is that. I'll simply import from Spring Framework, and we have pretty much defined our API key. In addition to that, what we did previously was ensure that we are getting all of these credentials from the environment variables, okay, when we are to deploy this application. So in order to ensure of that, I'm going to highlight the whole of this, place inside of a double quote, and define my proper placeholder for that. So I'll include a dollar symbol, and we simply want to call this currency underscore API underscore key, and then I'll include a column to differentiate between these two values. So in case it doesn't find this value inside of the environment variable, it falls back to this defined one. So that is that for our API key. Now the next thing for us to do is simply create or define our function. So this should be a public. I'll have to put that in lowercase. Public void get exchange rate, and let's provide the implementations for that. So I'll simply tab this in. So let's see. So this is currency API response class, and no, that is not what I need. But I need a JSON node. So now that we have our response as a JSON node, I want to scroll down a bit so we can get the data of this response. So how do we get the data of the response? Let us take a close look at what we have inside of my Chrome browser. So right here, when we made a call, if I'm to scroll up a bit, you discover that we have two different feeds inside of the response that was gotten. We have the meta and we also have the data feed. So the meta pretty much contains the last time this particular currency endpoint was updated, and the next one is the data, and this data is what we pretty much are in search of. Now inside of the data, we have the particular code value, which is going to be our currency type, and then we also have the code inside of that particular code name. Take for instance ADA, the code value is ADA, and the value that is gotten from converting one USD to the currency of type ADA is 2.95. Okay, so that is it. So this value will be stored as a double. So that is why I have the variable rate, which is of type map and of string and double value pair. Why the string is the key, which is going to be the code. The value is the conversion rate that we are going to be getting. So we are going to get this data from our response. So I'll move back to my application, and we can see that we have our get exchange rate already defined. And what I want to do now is to get hold of our data. So this should be a var data, and it should be response dot get body. So we have to get the body at first, and next we want to get the data from the body. So we have to make use of the get, and then we have to implement the particular page we are getting, which is data. And we see that we have a warning, so I want to ensure that that warning is gone. So I'll make use of this, and that is that, and I'll scroll down. Now I want to create this new line. Perhaps that is that for this. We are making use of a for each loop, but where Tabnine got it wrong was the fact that it was taking a look at the key set that we are going to be getting from our response, but that is practically not what we want. We want to look through our different currencies value. Okay, so right here I'm going to make that change, that is the correction. So this should be currencies, and yes, for the rates we are going to put the currency that it comes first, or the currency that is here as the key. And what we want to do now is to get hold of our defined data. So this should be data dot get, and what we are passing data dot get, what we are passing at first is the currency. So I'll tab that in, and then the next thing is to get value. We are going to make use of the get again, and we are going to pass in value. We are traversing till we get to this particular element. So and we are getting this value now as of type double. So I'd love to walk you through the process again. So if I'm to move back to Chrome, what we have here is data, which we've already gotten. So getting this data is getting the whole of the data that is associated with the response, and then the next thing is to get the currency type. Now the currency is ADA. Okay, so we're passing in the value of the currency. Now inside we're passing that it should get the string value from the particular currency type. So that is why we have dot get currency, which would be either ngn or inro, and then we are getting the value, and we are getting it as a double value, and we are putting it inside of our rate. So that is that for this particular one. Now, just to be sure that we are going to be getting the correct data, I want to print out the rate, okay, for debugging purpose. So I'm going to type this in, and that is that. So we've pretty much created our exchange rate service. Okay, now the next thing for us to do now is to create a schedule to ensure that our exchange rate will be called within intervals. The reason for that is because if I'm to implement that particular functionality that ensures our client itself calls our currency API, it's going to get to a point where it's going to exceed the threshold. Okay, so we want to ensure that during specific intervals, our server side is going to make a call to the currency API. And when it makes that call to the currency API, it's going to store the details in a variable. And from then, every client would get the particular exchange rate value from our server application. The only drawback in this scenario is that at times when the currency API gets updated, our server may not be making the call to the currency API endpoint. So that is the only drawback right here. But then again, if you were to take a close look at the last time this call was made, or the last time this particular currency API was updated, we'll discover that it has been updated about from now it should be about 6 to 7 hours ago or 5 hours ago. Then you discover that your application, you might define it in a way that it makes a call to currency API twice in a day, and with that you won't exceed the threshold. Okay, or perhaps even 10 times in a day, and you won't exceed the threshold in a month. So that is that. So we are going to be implementing it. I'll pretty much just make use of twice a day, and that will be it. So in order for us to achieve that, we have to create another component, and this should be our exchange rate schedule tax runner component. Okay, so as the name implies, it's a schedule tax runner that will pretty much call our API over time. So right here inside of our service package, I'll do that. I'll simply add to Git. Now, the very first thing we have to do to start off the implementation of this component is to define a bean of type scheduled executor service inside of our AppConfig class. And you know that to create a bean or to define a bean, we have to at first annotate with that bean, because an absence of that bean will not ensure Spring knows that this particular method creates a bean. So we have to annotate with that bean. Take note of that, and this should be public. And we are going to have scheduled executor service. So I'll just move down and I'll simply give it the name as well, and after which we want to return this particular stuff that Tabnine is providing for us. So I just simply tap this in, and right here I want to take out this particular package name, and I'll simply import my class. Okay, so we have the executors.new scheduled thread pool, and we're specifying a thread pool of size 1. So this implies that during the startup of our Spring application, after the bean has been created, now if we define a run method inside of this particular, using this particular executor, we are going to have a thread that runs alongside our Spring application that calls the currency API endpoint in specified intervals. So let us move back to our scheduled tax runner component class again. And right here, we want to define or perhaps inject these two different beans we've created. First off is the exchange rate service. So this should be private final exchange rate service. We are going to have rate service. Okay, and the next should be our private final scheduled executor service. And we're going to have a scheduler. So it's what practically will ensure that we have a schedule that this application would meet. Okay, so I'll simply take out this import statement. That's not what I need initially, so I'll take that out. And right here you discover that I'm not annotating our class with @required ask constructor, because I'll be auto-wiring these two different variables or these two instances with the use of a constructor. So I'll simply define this particular constructor now. So I'll just tab this in. It has been provided by Tabnine already, and we want to annotate our class with @component. So this should be @component. This ensures that Spring creates a bin of this type during the starting of our simple application. Now we have not yet implemented any of this. That is why we have this warning sign right here. We haven't started making use of these two instances that have been injected to our class. So in order for us to achieve that, we want to create or perhaps implement the command line runner interface. So this should be implement. Okay, now we've implemented the command line runner. I'll simply implement methods. So this should be to implement the run method. Now inside of this run method, we want to make use of our scheduler. But before that, before any implementation is being carried out, before any logic that calls our currency API is being carried out, I want to log out something on the console to indicate that this process has started. So I'll simply inject or perhaps define an instance of a logger. So this should be private final. Coming from logger factory.getLogger, I want to specify our exchange rate class. So this should be this one. And we have to include .class. So we'll have to import our logger factory as well as our logger to this particular class. So move back. So that is that for our logger. So right now we want to make use of our logger. So we have logger.info, and we are simply saying calling the currency API endpoint for exchange rates. So that's the tab, and to crown it all, we'll include a semicolon. So right here, like I stated, we are going to make use of our scheduler. So I'll simply just tab the whole of that in. So right now, this is what is happening. So now this instance that we have here is an instance of type runnable, because our schedule at fixed rate, okay, is going to make use or perhaps need an instance of type runnable. And this is not what we really need, because we want a delay of particular time interval. So we want a schedule at fixed delay. Okay, so that is what we want. And right here we have to inject our time unit instance, scheduler.schedule at, okay, not schedule at fixed delay, but schedule with, okay, fixed delay. Okay, we have schedule with fixed delay, and here we can see that it says lambda can be replaced with a method reference. So I'll just simply click on that to fix that issue for us. So the initial delay, let me just collapse this at first. So the initial delay is 0 seconds, and the next delay is 60 seconds after the first time the call was made. And you can see that we have the time units of seconds. Now if I'm to make this to be in hours, what I have to do is just specify hours. Like I stated, I want our currency API endpoint to be called from our application twice a day. Okay, But just for demonstration purpose, before I make that final implementation, I want you to see that it's being called at different intervals. So I'll change this from hours to seconds. So we have a delay of 60 seconds, which I want to reduce so you just get to see it immediately. So I'm going to give it a delay of 10 seconds alone, and we have pretty much defined the endpoint call. So I'll simply copy this again, paste it right here, and I'll simply say ended calling the currency API endpoint. And let's take this part out. So that is that for our scheduled rate, for our scheduled tax runner component. Now we want to move to our account service class, where we are going to define an endpoint, or perhaps define a service that practically returns our exchange rate. So right here, I'll scroll down and we have our account service class, and we want to create a method that gets the rate of our exchange rate service. So this should be public, and just because our rate is of type map, we are going to be returning a type of map of string and double. I'm simply going to say get exchange rate. I'll have to import this. And in order for us to get that value, we have to inject our exchange rate service right here. So this should be a private final exchange rate service. I'll tap that in, and that is that. So we are simply going to return exchange rate service dot get rates. Okay, now recall that the rates value, or perhaps the rate instance that has been defined inside of our exchange rate service class, is of type map that takes in string and double value as the defined value. So if I'm to move down to my exchange rate class, we'll discover that every time a request is being made to get the exchange rate from our currency API, our rate is being updated. So take note of that. So that is why immediately we start our application, a request to be made to the currency API, which automatically takes a look at the function that have been defined and updates the value of our rate, and after which we can get to call the rates from our account service class. Now to finalize everything, we have to define an endpoint that will be used to access our rates. So right here inside of our account controller class, I'll be doing that. So we are going to have a get mapping. So this should be at get mapping, and this should be slash rate. We have, okay, so I'll just simply tab this in. So we have our account service dot get exchange rate, and we have a response entity of type rate. Okay, not practically type rate, but of map of string and double value pair, because that is what the rate type really has been defined with. So that is that for defining and getting our rates from the currency API endpoint. Now to ensure that all of this logic are working as expected, I'll simply run the application, after which we are going to check to see that we have made a request to our currency API in this dashboard. So we are going to get a value of 2 instead of 1 because our application has already made a request to this endpoint. Okay, now our application started successfully, and you can see that we have the log calling the currency API endpoint for exchange rate and ended calling the currency API endpoint. Okay, so this is what is happening now. So immediately after 10 seconds, a new request is being made to our currency API endpoint. As you can see, we have it's being printed out on the console. So we have a total of 3 times, which is practically going to change to 4 times now. Let's see, okay, that is 4. So I'll simply stop the application, and then we can take a look at what we have here on our dashboard. Okay, so I'm simply just going to reload this, and you'll see that we have a total value we have made a total request of 4 just today, and now when I scroll down, we have made use of 5 for our free limit for the month. So we get 295 practically available. So now I'll make the change to ensure that it's being called during an interval of 12 hours from the last call. So right inside of our component class, I simply want to change from, let's see, where do we have that? Okay, from seconds back to hour. Okay, back to hours, and we want to specify a value of 12 just to ensure that it makes a request to our API endpoint just twice in a day. So that is that for our component. And to be sure that this implementation is working fine and as expected, we'll make a call to our rate endpoint to see the request we are going to be getting right here on Postman. So I'll simply open up Postman. And now I've defined everything in order for us to make a call to our rate endpoint. And I've pretty much named this particular get endpoint exchange rates call so I can go back to it anytime I want it, just like I've done with the other calls. So right here, I've specified the URL, and I've also provided a valid access token for the call. Now, what I simply have to do now is just send this request. Now, I'm going to have the response that we want. So this is the different rates we have for Japanese yen, we have for euro, we have for NGN, we have for British pound, we also have for USD, and we have for Indian rupee. Okay, so yes, that is just basically it, and pretty much that brings us to the end of the rate aspect. So what we want to do now is to create the functionality of converting between currencies of different types. So right here inside of our AccountRepository class, we want to start off by defining the different validations. So at first, we are going to validate that the value that is being converted is a valid one. Okay. Now we already have the validate sufficient font, so that is one of the validations we have to define. So right now, I'm going to have a public void, and we simply want to say validate amount. Okay, and this should be a double value that will be passed into this particular method. So we have a double, and we want this particular method to throw an exception. So I'll simply highlight the whole of this, Control C, and just copy and paste it right here. And let's implement the method. So now we want to check that this amount, if it is less than or equal to 0, and we should simply throw a new illegal argument exception that says invalid amount. So that is just for the validation of an amount. Now the next thing we want to validate now is the different currency type. So now we can simply say public. Okay, we want to simply say void validate different currency type, and here we are going to have a convert DTO instance being passed in as parameter. So this should be convert DTO, and we're going to have a convert DTO as well, and it also throws an exception. We practically want to define the content of this particular method, but before we do that, we want to define or create this particular class inside of our DTO package. So I'll do just that. I want to create class convert DTO, and we are going to place this class inside of the DTO package. So I'll click on OK, and we have OK. So right here, I'll add to Git. So making reference to our transfer detail, I want to copy the whole of this annotation because that is what we want inside of our convert detail as well. I'll paste it right here. And we are going to have a couple of feed values. So we have a private string from currency, which I'll pretty much leave, can be from currency or from code. Just need to follow anyone that comes to your mind. And we are going to have private string to currency. And finally, we want to also have the double amounts. You can see Tabnine is giving all of this to us. So I'm just simply tabbing it in. So back to my AccountRepository class. Now that I've defined my ConvertDTO class, we can then validate that this currency pair of different type. So this should be if ConvertDTO dot get to currency dot equals ConvertDTO dot get from currency. Then we want to throw an exception. So let's see what Tabnine is going to give to us. See, throw new illegal argument exception. Conversion between the same currency type is not allowed. So that is from Tabnine. So I'll simply collapse it so that we can get a clear picture of everything in that particular line. Now we've validated the different currency type. The next validation we want to ensure of is the validation of the amount or the owner of the particular account. So we are pretty much going to say public void one more time, and we want to validate account ownership. Okay, and we have the convert DTO as well. So this should be convert DTO, and it pretty much throws this exception. So I just type that in, and right here, instead of a lowercase convert, we want an uppercase one. So that is that, and so we simply check. So one thing we can just pretty much do to make things a little bit much more easier for us is to simply call our account repository dot find by code and owner UID. Okay, so we are going to have our convert DTO dot get from currency. I'll type that in, and here we are going to have our UID, which is the ID of the user dot or s true. Okay, so that is that. So right here, I'm going to include the UID inside of our method definition. So this should be a string UID, and here we have from currency, not from code. Tabnine is missing that, and once again we'll just simply copy this to the next line, and we simply want to get to code. Okay, to currency, not to code. Now we are checking that if this is found from the database, if this is found in the database, practically do nothing. But then again, if it is not found, it throws an exception. Okay, so that is that. And finally, we want to define a single method that we will call inside of our transfer or perhaps our conversion method. So that should be this one, that's public void validates conversion, and right here we are going to pass in our convert DTO, and we will also pass in our UID, and it throws this exception, and I'll simply tab this in. So right here I'll change this value from a lowercase to that of an uppercase. So we have validating of different currency type at first, after which we are validating the ownership of this different currency type. Then we validate the amount that is being tried to be converted. Then we kind of validate the funds inside of the user's account. So we see that we are passing the account of this particular user as well as passing the amount to validate sufficient funds. So these are the 4 different validations we have to carry out for the validation of the conversion or the converting of currency. Now that we've defined this validation, we can go ahead and perform the conversion, after which we are going to return the transaction details to the user. Okay, so we simply want to tap that in, and this is not what we want, but we want a transaction as the response. So I'll make use of transaction, and we have a simple name that just give us an insight of what we want, which happens to be convert currency. So we have convert.dto and we have our string UID. The first thing is to validate the conversion. So I'll simply validate the conversion and I'll pass in what we have here, which is our convert.dto followed by our UID. Okay. So now that it so happens that it has been validated, the next thing now is to get our rate from our rate service. Okay, so I'll simply make use of the var and we are going to have rates, and this should be equal to exchange rate service dot get rate, because we need the values from the rate to be able to make the conversion. So we have not yet defined our exchange rate service or injected a bin inside of our helper class. So I'll do that. So right here in the top, so I'm going to create another instance variable. So I'll just tap that in and then I'll import my class. We'll move down to the bottom again. We'll continue with the implementations of what we have so far. So we are going to have a sending rate. This should be var sending rate, and don't forget it's of type double, and this should be equal to rate dot get. Okay, and we are going to pass in the key. Now this is where everything comes into play. The key is simply the rates value of that particular currency type, or perhaps the from currency that the user is trying to convert to. So we are going to pass in convert DTO dot get from currency, and that is for our sending rate. Okay, now we are going to have receiving rate is equal to rate dot get. Again, we have our convert DTO dot get to currency, and we end with a semicolon, and it so happens that I didn't spell this one correctly, so I'll just simply move my I to be between E and V, so that should be the correct one. So now that I have the sending rate and the receiving rate, that is the rate we are converting from and the rate we are going to receive, we want to compute the amount. So we are going to make use of the var again. So we are going to have a computed amount that is equal to our recipient rate or our receiving rate divided by our sending rate. All of this, oops, my bad. Okay. So all of this would be inside of a parenthesis, after which we practically multiply with the amount, which should be coming from our convert DTO. So this should be convert DTO dot get amount, and that is for our computed price or our computed value. And the next thing now is for us to update this particular balances of the user that is making this conversion. So firstly, we are going to get hold of the account that is receiving it. and then we get hold of the account that is being used to make the conversion. Now we have this coming from Tabnine. I'll simply tab it in, and then we are going to take a close look at what we have here. So we have find by code and owner UID. We have the from currency, and we are getting the value, and we are setting the balance. Okay, and this is quite a lot in a single line. So what I simply have to do is just get this individual account, and then I'll practically update it myself. So this should be from account equals to account repository dot find by code and owner UID, of which I'm going to pass in my code, which should be convert DTO dot get from currency, and then I'm going to pass in my UID. So that is that. And because this returns an optional, we want to ensure that we are getting the value. Okay, so that is for the from account, and we practically want to repeat the same thing for our two accounts. So this should be to account. Now we're simply going to say get to currency. Now all of these validations and check have to take place to ensure that a backdoor or a vulnerability will not be taken advantage of for a real world application. So now we have to update the balances. So to update our balance, we simply just tab this in. We have from account.set balance, from account.get balance subtracted by convert DTO.get amount. Okay, that is correct. But then again, we want it to be multiplied by 1.01. The reason for that is because we are going to charge a fee for it. Okay, so this should be in parentheses so that this will be executed at first before the subtraction is going to take place. So now we have to set the balance of our final account, that is the two account. So this should be two accounts dot set balance. Okay, and we are practically going to pass in two accounts dot get balance plus the computed amount. Okay, now we've practically done these two steps, that is updating the from account balance and the to account balance. What we want to do now is save these values inside of our database. So we have to update it with our account repository. So this should be account repository.save all, and here we are going to pass our from account followed by our to account dot off. My bad, I missed out. It should be list dot off, and yes, we have it. So this should be a list. A list should be passed in as parameter and it shouldn't just be passed in separately. So pardon me for that. I have to take a close look at it again to ensure that I understand the message. So that is that for the account repository and saving and updating the balances. But finally, we have to create a transaction for this particular converting of currency. Okay, so now for us to achieve that, we are going to get hold of a new transaction, and perhaps we are going to create a transaction from the builder. So that should be the transaction, and this should be equal to transaction dot my bar spelled wrongly. Okay, so first we want to set the user UID. So this should be owner. We're going to pass in the UID of the owner. Next, we want to pass in the amount. This should be convert dto.get amount. Let's see what I'm missing out here. So we have to provide a user, not a UID. So this should be like sending, or perhaps from account dot get owner. Okay, and right here we want to pass in the fee, tx fee, which should be amount multiplied by a single % of the initial value. Not just amount, but convert dto.get amount. Okay, we have to specify the accounts that this is coming from. So this should be it should be from account, and we want to specify the status, which should be status dot sources, okay, dot completed. And finally we want to specify the type. Now this transaction type is of type debit, so this should be type dot, okay, we are going to define a different type, which should be type dot convert, just to indicate that it's a conversion that occurred here. So this should be type dot conversion, to be precise. So right now I have to define this feed inside of type, which IntelliJ has automatically done for me. And finally I want to save this, so we are going to have to return this transaction by saving it. So that is it. So we are saving the transaction, and then finally we are returning the transaction immediately after the conversion of currency has taken place. Now that we have this right here, we want to move on to our account service class to define that particular function. So we are going to have public, and then we are going to have a transaction being returned. Simply tap that in, import it, and enter. I'll simply tap in again, and then I'll close this. So let us go over what we have here. So this should be our user that has been passed on, and what we want to pass in is our user ID. So this should be user.getUID. Okay, and now to even be much more on the safer part, we can leave it as our user, and then I'll just simply have to make proper configuration to our account helper class. So let's start with what we have here. So this should be user, and this should be user. Now I'm going to highlight the whole places inside of this particular function where we have the UID. So this should be auth.jjj, and then we want to pass in user.get UID. Okay, the reason I'm doing it this way is because I don't want to get the owner of this transaction from the account itself. So I want to just simply pass in our user, but I'll have to typecast before I do just that. So this should be user at first. Let's see, and everything works properly fine without even typecasting. So that is that for the use of user in place of UID. So back to my account service class, you can see that we've defined our transaction by just a simple line of code, because we've delegated the logic of converting this currency to our account helper instance. So now to submit everything that we've just done, that is to analyze everything, we have to define a controller class for the conversion of currency inside of our account controller, not the user controller, but of our account controller. Now we are simply going to have a post mapping, and this comes to our /convert endpoint. Should be public response entity of transaction. I'll simply tab this in. Let us take a proper look at what we have. I'll import convert DTO. You can see that we have authentication being passed in, and we have our user. I'll collapse this, and yeah, this shows an exception just like the rest of the methods that we have. And yeah, we can now test the implemented logic to see that it works properly fine, after which we'll have to commit our code to Git. Now, what I have to do to test our application is at first start the application so that it starts building up, and after which it runs. Now, while step is going on in the background, I've pretty much defined everything we need for the conversion of a currency inside of Postman. So I've created a post request, and it's sending this request to our convert endpoint, and I'm specifying it from currency to currency and the particular amount that it will convert. So it's going to convert 50 USD to a particular amount of CNY, which is China yuan. But let's see if this particular logged in user has this particular account created. So we will have to make a get request to the bank account call at first. So this request will simply list out the different bank account that is owned by this user. So what I want to do now is delete the whole of this response that was initially gotten. So let's see, we have to clear response. I want to make a new response, and I hope this JWT token is still valid. In the case or in a scenario where it happens not to be valid, we'll have to make an authentication call again. But let's see if our server has started. Okay, so we have our server started, and now okay, and we have the response from our currency API as well. So I simply collapse this, and I want to make a request. Okay, so right now we can see the different account that is being owned by this user. So we have the Great British Pounds, then we have the United States dollars, and we have the Nigerian naira. So this particular logged in user do not have a China yuan account. Now, this implies that we can only convert currencies between these three different pairs for this login user. So right to my currency conversion call, let us at first try to call or make a request to this particular endpoint with the CNY before we are going to change that to an account that is owned by the user to see that our validation is going to pass properly. So I'll send this request, and let's see the response we are going to get. So we have a 403 for bidding. Okay, so let's take a close look at what we have printed out on the log. So I'll scroll to the top, and we can see that it states that no value present because we simply want to validate account ownership. Okay, and you can see that this is coming from, let's take a close look. Okay, I'll collapse this. Can see find by code and owner UID. When we are trying to look for the currency it was converting to, so this validation failed to pass. So that is why the exception was thrown. So that is one validation. Now we want to change this value to a proper currency value that the user already has. Okay, and this is a proper currency value, but I'm just trying to point it out that this particular currency value is owned by the user. An account has been created by this user. So now in place of 50, we're going to have a value of 0. Okay, so let's see the second validation, and let's see if it's going to as well pass. So I'll move to my console, and I want to clear the whole of this response. So I'll simply clear this response. So that when I make this new response, this new request, we're going to get new logs that will easily be understood, okay, without me having to scroll over, because I know that it begins at the top of the messages or the logs. So I'll simply send, I still got a 403 for bidding. So right here, let us take a close look at what we have. And we can see we have this statement that stated invalid amount, and this is coming from our validate amount. So immediately it validates that the amount that is being trying to be converted is not a valid amount per se. It throws this exception. So that is for that. And let's take a look at the next validation we have. Okay, we also have validate sufficient funds, which of course that should already work on its own. So it also applies to validate different currency types and validate sufficient funds. You can try that on your part, but just for demonstration purpose, I've walked through two of these validation for you. So I'll just simply call this request or make this request with allowable data, that is allowed data. So this amount this time around is 10 USD. And if I'm to move back to my bank account call, I want to take a close look at the balance we already have for this particular user USD account. So we have 899 USD as the balance. And right inside of my conversion currency call, I want to convert 10 of from that particular balance to NGN. So I'll simply send, and you discover that we have we have the details of the transaction being sent back as the response, which is what we did on the server side. And we didn't specify the sender, and we didn't also specify the receiver because it's just between the same account. We have the time this transaction was executed, we have the status, and we also have the type, which is of type conversion. Then we have the details of the user, and finally we have the account that this particular transaction is associated with. Now this transaction is associated with the United States dollars account, and we have the balance as 888.9 USD. Let me see if that is correct. So if I'm to move back to my bank account call, we had a value of 899, so definitely it's correct. So it has updated the new value. And let us take a look at the value we had for our naira, and this was 80,629 naira. And if I'm to send this request again to get the updated value, it should already be more than that. So yeah, we have 888.9 for the USD balance, and right here this time around we have 96,555. So that is that for the conversion of currencies, and you can see pretty much clearly that our implementations worked perfectly fine. So we can go ahead, commit this code, and then move on to the next implementation. Now, to quickly demonstrate what we will be implementing next for our simple bank application, I already have my Chrome browser opened up, and this is a new account I just created for this particular user because we need this new account for me to demonstrate or show you what we are going to be implementing for now. So this new account pretty much do not here have a card associated with it. So I'll click on card, and we can see that you'll be charged a service fee of a USD for this transaction, and a minimum deposit of 1 USD for card funding. So we have to provide the funding amount. So firstly, if I'm to impute the value of 1, now this is where I fail to include the proper validation for our client side, that is for the React application, which of course I'll be doing when we start the development of this React application in the coming weeks. So we want to make corrections to this. We want a value of 3, and I can go ahead and create this particular card. So now that I've created the card, you see we have a service fee of a single dollar, and now we have $2 remaining. So this extra point we have here is something I just added to the code base. So I'll make corrections to this as well, so just take note of that. and we have the details of the owner of this card printed on the card. Okay, now one thing we can do with the card is to fund the card, withdraw from the card, and finally to delete the card. So we just simply have the CRUD operation, and in addition, not the CRUD operation, yes, we have the creation of the card as well as the deletion of the card. Yes, we do update the card by funding it, so that is also an update operation. And finally, for the read, it's still here. So the other operation we have that is pretty much different is the withdraw operation. Okay, so now we want to fund this card. So when I click on funding, we can provide a specific amount, and this amount should be coming from our USD account balance. Let me move home and let's see. Okay, so I'll move back to my card page. The reason I moved back home was because prior to this moment, or perhaps before I moved home, when the request was meant to get details of the account, my balance was still showing 8,000, so I had to reload. Now I'll simply want to fund this card with 10 USD in addition to what I already have here. So I'll simply fund card. Okay, now we are still in our card page, so I'll just reload. And we have the new balance on our card as 12 USD. So that is for the funding of a card. Now to withdraw from the card, I simply click on this withdraw. I'm going to withdraw a value of 7 USD, and I want to transfer to my USD account. So I'll move on. As you can see, we have a card balance of 5 USD, but we do not have the card right here. So that is just to implement it properly on my client side, and we're going to be doing that in due time. So we now have the new balance as 5 USD, and if I'm to move on, we're going to have a balance of 994 USD for our United States dollars account. Now the conversion of currencies, sorry, the transfer of currency between my card and the account is practically free, so there's no transaction fee. But then again, we have the transaction details being shown right here. So we can see that we have a type of debit, and we have a card withdrawal, we have a card purchase, we have a card credit, we also have a card deposit, and specifies the amount we've been using for this operation so far. So that is that. And finally, we can delete the card. That is what I am yet to implement. So I won't be implementing that functionality in this particular section, but then again, when we start developing the client side with React in the coming week, we will be looking at how to implement the functionality of deleting the card. It's simply straightforward, but then again, we want to delete other details associated with it. So we'll just focus mainly on the creation of the card, the funding of the card, as well as withdrawing from the card's balance. So that is it for this operation. Now let's get started with these implementations. Now to get started with the implementation, we'll have to create the CardController class, and we'll place that class inside of our controller package, and after which we'll create the CardService class. So we have CardController. That is for the controller. I'll simply add to Git. Let's scroll down a bit to our service package. In the case of our card service, we won't define any helper class because the logic we're implementing will be just okay for the card service class to handle, so it won't need an helper class, unlike that of our account service class, which contains a couple of logic that requires extra processing. So I had to include the account helper class to facilitate the process of handling those operations. So now that we have our card service class as well as our card controller class, I just want to at first define the skeletal system of this controller class and the service class as well. And after which we are going to start implementing the different methods I'll be defining. So at first, let me highlight the whole of this. Control C. and I'll paste it right inside of my controller class. I want to change our request mapping from accounts to card because this is basically for the card endpoint, and we're going to define a couple of method or mappings right here. So we start with at get mapping, and that should be to the card endpoint. We're going to have a public response entity of type card. And we're simply going to call this particular method get card. Okay, and okay, that is it. So let's see, I'll have to import my class from my entity package, as well as importing response entity and get mapping. And right here, because we are getting the details or the card of an authenticated user, we'll also have to pass in our instance of type authentication. So let's have this spelling corrected. So that is that, and it should be this particular one. So I'll click on enter. So that is for the authentication. Okay, now we are going to get the card from the service. Okay, so right here at the top, I'll make use of the private final, and we are going to have our card service, and I'll type that in, and we have to import this particular class from the service package. So that is for getting our card. So we just have to make a get request to the card endpoint, and we'll get our card being returned to us. And we are going to have a var of type user, and this should be equal to authentication dot get principal. Okay, after which we want to get the card from our card service instance, and this should be card service dot get card. We're going to pass in our user instance. Okay, and we want to return a response entity of this particular type. So this should be okay. So we have it right here. We are going to include our return statement. So this is just practically for getting the card. Okay, so that is that, and I'll simply create the method inside of my card service class, and for now I simply want to return a null value so that the error will be gone. And right here we are not passing, okay, we are passing our user instance, and I'll have to import this particular class from our entity package. And back to my card controller, we want to ensure that we are typecasting the principal we're getting from our authentication instance, just to ensure that it is of our entity that has been defined. So that is for the user. So now the next function or method we want to implement is the method for creating a new card for a user. So this should be at post mapping, and this should be to the slash create endpoint, and we are going to have a public response entity of type card, and we are creating this card, and we have to pass in our authentication instance. But before passing in our authentication instance, we want to request for a parameter. So we'll make use of the @request parameter annotation. Okay, and the value would be of type double to specify the amount that will be used initially to create our card. And here we are going to have the body of this function. So we simply return response entity dot OK create service card service dot create card. I'll specify the amount and the user or the owner of this particular card. So right here we also want to pass this detail right here, so I'll paste it here. Okay, and that is that for the creation of our card. Now we still have to define this method right inside of our card service. So I'll simply create the method right here. Although we are not yet providing any implementation, so I'll simply return null. Control C. I'll paste it here. I want to move back to our CardController class. Import our post mapping. Okay, this was not spelled properly, so this should be post mapping. And I'll have to import the class. And that is that. I'll close Tabnine for now. So the next thing for us to define now is post mapping to both the debit endpoint as well as the credit endpoint. So this should be at post mapping. We're going to have /credit, indicating that we are crediting our card. And after a credit has taken place, we want to send the detail of the transaction back to the user. So our response entity is going to have a type of transaction in place of what would have been a card. So we'll have to import this particular class from our entity package as well. And we simply want to call this function credit card. Okay, and just like we have it here, we are still requesting for the same detail. So I'll simply tap this in, and we are going to pass the whole of this. Control C. We are going to pass them into this method as well, but in place of create card, we are going to have credit card. I will pass in the amount that wants to be credited to the card and the user that is currently authenticated in the system. So I'll as well create this method, and right here we want to just copy this. Control C, and I'll paste it right here. So back to my card controller, one more thing is the debiting of the card. Like I said, we won't be implementing the logic for deleting a card. We'll be doing that when we build the client side with React in the coming weeks. So just take note of that. So this should be a Control C, and I'll paste it right here. We're going to have the debit endpoint. So right here we'll simply specify debit card, and we'll do the same thing for our method. Okay, so we have to create this method inside of our service class as well. So it returns a transaction just like the credit card itself that returns the transaction. So at first we are going to return null. Okay, so now for our get card, because we are going to be making use of our card repository, we have to define or inject an instance of that particular feed into our card service class. So this should be private final card repository. Let's import this particular interface. So I spelled it wrongly, so I'll have to make corrections to that. And right here I'm still going to do the same thing. Then I'll import the interface. We want to take a look at our account service and copy the annotations that I've defined here. So we have the at service and the at required Ask constructor. So I'll copy that and paste it at the top of this particular class. So in addition to our card repository interface that has been injected, we need the account helper as well. So this should be a private final account helper, and we'll simply call it account helper. Now for getting the card, we are going to make use of the card repository, cardrepository.find by owner UID. We'll pass in our user.get. Okay, so that is that for getting the card. It's as simple as that. And for creating our card, now if we have to take a close look at our card class, we have a couple of fields and we have to build this details of what we already have. Okay, so I'll simply move back to my card service class and we're going to start off the implementation. Now we do not have this method inside of our card repository, so I'll go ahead and create that method as well. So we've defined this method and we want it to be an optional, to return an optional instance of type card. I'll have to import optional and back to my card service. Here's it. Let's scroll down a bit. So we have the card service here. We want to throw an exception if a card is not found for this user. So we have or else true. So it's going to throw an exception indicating that the card does not yet exist for this particular logged in user. So the user should go ahead and create a new card. To create our card, I'll prompt Tabnine to do the job for us. So I'll move to my card class and I want to highlight a couple of these fields, Control C, and then I'll move back to my card service class and I'll simply right inside of the method okay, as you can see, the prompt I'm giving to Tabnine right at this point in time is run the implementation of this method using the feed of the building of a card instance. Okay, these are going to be the feeds, so I'll simply paste what I just copied previously from my card class. I'll paste it right here. So we do not want the update timestamp and the issued timestamp. So all we need is the card number, and let's see if I've also included the card early. Okay, it's not here. And we have the CVV, the PIN, and the billing address. Okay, so it's going to provide a couple of the implementation part of it, which then we are going to insert, after which we are going to provide our own configuration or perhaps tweak this particular method to suit what we want. So let's see what we have here. So we have all of these details, and okay, so we have a function it has generated for us for generating card number. So I'm going to highlight this part, okay, and I'll simply insert it. Okay, insert. Okay, let's have this insert to see. And for a couple of reasons, I do not know why it isn't working as expected, but we have this implementation for the definition of the expiration date, which is localDate.now.plus-yes3. So because it's failing to insert it inside of my code editor, what I'll simply do is just provide the implementations myself. Firstly, if I'm to move to my account service class, when we created an account, okay, oops, so surprising, it is being created inside of my account service. It was being inserted inside of my account service class, and I'll simply cut it out, move back to my card service class. Let's see what we have here. Okay, and I'll highlight the whole of this and then I'll paste it here. I'll import the class, and this is not how we want to build our card detail. Okay, so we are going to be making use of an instance of the card builder itself. So here we are generating the card number. To generate the card number, we are going to make use of our new util instance, our new random util instance. So this should be long card number. This should be equal to, perhaps just the definition for now, we are going to simply say do, or perhaps card number equals new random util dot generates random, and for a card number we have a length of 16 as the value, after which we can simply return card number. Okay, now if you take a close look at what we have here, you discover that our function that could have simply been just return new instance of this random util dot generates random integer. So we are simply going to delete the whole of that and just ensure that the lines of code is reduced to the barest minimum. So this is practically going to generate a random number for us. And right here, we can see that we have our card number being generated. Now, we want to ensure that this card number does not already exist for this particular user. So based off of what I've defined initially, that would be passed into this particular function or method call, which is the amount, which I'm going to do right now. So this should be double amount followed by our user. So I'll type that in. So we want to ensure that this card number does not already belong to any card inside of the card repository. So this should be do, and we want this to be defined outside of this do loop. So this should be placed at the top. And pardon me for not having to do this properly. So I'll copy this, Ctrl X, and then I'll paste it right here. So please, it was due to Tabnine's inefficiency at some point, and that's the hallucination. On the long run, I think sometimes implementing some kind of functionalities on your own part as a developer, it's much more faster than making use of these AI tools. In some cases, not all the time, but in some cases. And this is also a free version. I believe the paid version will do much more than what we have with the free version. So this should be card repository dot exist by card number, and we're going to pass in our card number. Okay, so simply continue generating a card number if a card with this particular number already exists inside of our database. So right now we can go ahead and start building our card details. So to build our card details, we're going to have a card is equal to, not card repository dot create, but we have card builder. Oops, not card dot builder dot build, and we start defining the different fields, and we are going to start off with the card holder. Okay, and this should be the name of the owner of this card, which should be the user dot get first name followed by a space, then finally concatenated with the last name of this particular user. So I'll type that in, include a parenthesis, after which we want to set the card number, and this should be card number. We're going to set our expiration date. So this should be, exp, and we are simply going to put our parentheses right there and pass this value right inside of this parentheses. Now I'm going to take out this one from the picture. So we have our expiration date as a local date time at this particular moment plus 3 years. Okay, so that is what this is going to do for us. So right here in Nigeria, a credit card lasts just 3 years from the day it was being issued. Okay, so that is why I'm doing it this way. So now we have the expiration date. Now I want to set the CVV as well, and I'll simply tap this in. So we have a new random util, and this is supposed to be a value of type string. Since that is what I've already defined, you can see requires string, but the provided one from this random util.generate random is of type long. So we'll have to change that. So I'll include to string, so it converts it to the type of string. And we want to set the balance. Okay, and as you all know, the balance is simply the amount subtracted by 1, because this one USD would be for the TX fee or the issuing fee for this particular card. Now our issue that date will be generated automatically by the database. So that is that, and we want to simply return this card. Okay, so we are simply going to say return CardRepository dot, is that dot create, is it supposed to be create dot save? Okay, dot save card. Okay, and that is that. So it's going to return a saved card. Now we have all of this, but definitely, where are we getting this amount from? This amount is supposed to be coming from the user's USD account balance, and we haven't really implemented any of such at this particular before defining this card details and even returning the card. So we have to define it even before the generation of a card number for this particular card that we want to create. So right here at the top, we'll start off by saying, okay, if amount is less than 2, let's just accept that. So we want to be sure that the amount that is being used to create this account is valid. Now in the case of where we are converting between currencies, the amount was the amount taken into consideration was amount that was less than or equal to 0. Okay, so in that scenario, we can't make use of that validate method from the helper class, because we need to ensure that this card that is being created is paid for, and in addition to that, it is being credited with at least $1. So we just have to provide this first implementation of first validation. And if okay, user, oops, not user, but okay, we're going to make use of account repository this time around dot exist. Okay, exist by code and owner ID. Okay, we are going to pass in our code, which is USD, followed by the owner ID, which is user.getUID. Now if it does not exist, pardon me for that, if it does not exist, it's simply going to throw this. Okay, USD account not found for this particular user, so card cannot be created. So that is the second validation for this particular function or method definition. So I'll close this tab now so you get to see everything on a single line. So that is for that. And now we want to get the balance. Okay, so we simply get our USD account. So I'll tap this in. So we have our USD account equals to find by owner UID and code, and it's supposed to be by code and owner UID. So I'm simply going to pick this part from here, move it here, and take this one from here, take it just after the hand. So that solves the issue. So we have find by code and owner UID, and this returns an optional object. So we have .os. Okay, true. Okay, now before it's, if it's eventually going to get to this point, then definitely the account exists. Okay, because if it does not exist, this one will simply be printed out for us on the console, okay, as part of the log when this exception gets thrown. So now for our USD account, we want to validate that the amount is sufficient enough to carry out this particular transaction. So to do that, we are simply going to make use of our account helper class this time around. So this should be account helper.validate sufficient funds. Let's move down to this one, and we are going to pass in our USD account followed by our user instance. I think that is okay. Okay, not our user instance, but the particular amount, since we are validating the amount. So this throws an exception, so we have to include that to our method signature. So it validates the sufficient fund, and after which we can simply subtract the amount from the user USD account. So I'll simply type this in again. As you can see, USD.set balance, the initial balance subtracted by the specified amount. And before we move ahead to return our card repository, we can as well go ahead and update our USD account. So we are going to make use of the account repository. So this should be account repository dot save account, and this is USD account. So now, based off the fact that we are making a deduction of balances and even crediting our card, 3 transactions is occurring at the same time. Now I don't want to bore you with the whole of the implementation for creating this transaction, so I'll just do that and walk you through the steps. So after doing that, you can do that on your own part. Then when you are done, you can continue with the video to see the logic I've implemented. So I'm going to just type that in and explain to you in a jiffy from now. But before then, let me explain the 3 transactions that is taking place right here at this particular point in time. Firstly is the payment of the card. That is one. And secondly, we are having another transaction that is crediting the the USD card, the USD credit card. That is the second transaction. And finally, the last transaction is the transaction of withdrawal or debiting of our USD account with a particular amount. So these are the 3 transactions that are going on inside of this create card from method. Okay, so you can go ahead, pause the video, implement it, and then you can compare with what I'll be implementing on my own part. Now we have a quick walkthrough of what I just implemented. So right now we can see that we are making use of the account helper to create an account transaction. That is, this transaction is associated with the account. We are specifying the amount, which happens to be 1 in this case, and this one is the USD amount that was used for issuing the card, and the type is for withdraw, and the transaction fee is simply 0. And we pass in the user as the owner of this particular transaction, and the USD account as the account that is associated with this transaction. We repeated the same thing for the crediting of the card, after which we now created this particular function or method inside of this card service class because it's a transaction related to a card. So we created this transaction inside of our service method, and this transaction can be found just right here at the bottom. So it's a private field, and we have create card transaction. We're passing the double amount, we're passing the type of transaction. The reason is because in some scenarios where we want to carry out a debit, that is withdrawing from our card to our USD account, that type of transaction will be of debit. So we have to specify the type and the transaction fee as well. So for the creation of a card, or even for the transfer between card and the USD account, it's practically zero. Okay, so I can as well just take this feed out, but then again, in scenarios where we want to carry out other transaction that is not between transferring of funds between the card and the account, we want to charge for that. So in that case, we have to pay a TX fee, and we have the user, which happens to be the owner of the card, and we have the card as well. So in a much more clearer scene, what I'll advise you to do is to change the feed from user, the name of this particular feed, from user to owner. That way it kind of portray what it entails. So that is that for the creation of the card transaction. Now, in addition to that, if I'm to move over to my account service class, like I stated, I also created this particular function for it. I did a proper look through at what I have here. Okay, not here, but my account helper class. And during the creation of my account, not the creation, but the conversion of currencies, we have this being defined right here. Okay, so if you have to take a better look at it, we have a transaction being created for this particular logic, that is the conversion logic, that's converting of currency logic. And if I'm to move to the top again, let's see, we have a couple of transactions being associated with the sender account and the receiver account. Now, all of this, in a way, is not a practice we want to implement. So we want to ensure that since these are repetitive tasks that we are going to be carrying out over and over again, just to reduce the line of code and make everything a little bit more abstract, I define a single method, which I also called previously from our CardService class. So I'm going to change that now so we can implement this one properly. So I'll move to the top again. So let's look for where we have transaction.builder. So I'll simply right here. Okay, so this is the first instance. So instead of just having a sender transaction, we can simply just call create account transaction, right? And we specify the amount, followed by, let's see the different fields that we have. We have the type. This should be type dot withdraw, followed by the TX fee. Now, in the case of this user, he or she is the sender, so this is the sender transaction. So the TX fee will be the amount multiplied by 0.01, which is a single percent of the total amount. And here we have to specify the owner of this particular transaction. So this should be user, followed by what we have as the account for this transaction. So if I'm to take a proper look, we have our sender account. So this should be sender account. Okay, so that's practically just abstract what we have right here. So I'll simply copy this down, and instead of having a sender account, we're going to have the receiver transaction. and okay, transaction. I have to spell it correctly. And instead of a type of withdrawal, we're going to have a type dot deposit. Okay, so the type is just what we pretty much have to pass in. And for the transaction fee, in the case of the receiver, it should be 0.00, just because it's of type double, and this should be the recipient account or the receiver account. So that is that. Now we've properly abstracted this, and I can simply take out this one. Okay, I'll simply okay. Now this is the part that we have to take a proper look at. So we have the receiver account dot get owner, and right, I'm simply passing in the user, so I have to change that. So we are going to have receiver account dot get owner. Okay, so that is that, and I'm going to take this one out of the picture, and if I scroll down, we can see right here that we are saving the transaction already. Okay, so what I simply have to do inside of my definition is to simply return the sender's transaction instead of returning one from the list that was saved. So this should be sender transaction. Okay, now we have the receiver transaction, and this receiver transaction is being saved already inside of our create account transaction method. So just for abstraction case, I'll have to ensure proper definition of this particular recursive method or repetitive task. So that is for the perform transfer. We want to take a look at the logic for converting currency. Okay, so we have the converting of currencies again, and we'll simply highlight the whole of this, and then we are going to paste it right here. So this type of transaction is simply of type conversion, so there should be conversion, and this cannot resolve symbol amount, so this should be convert dto.get amount, and should be convert dto.get amount again multiplied by, which is the percent. I'll simply collapse this, and we are going to have our from account. Okay, so we have this from account, and just like what we did previously, we are going to return this transaction. Now take note of what we have here. The thing is that in this case, we're only saving the transaction for the from account, and we also want to save a transaction for the to account. So I'll simply Ctrl D this to paste it on a new line, and this should be to account transaction, and this should be from account transaction. Okay, so we are going to simply return the from account transaction. I'll type that in. So right here inside of the to account transaction, we want to specify the account that it was being sent to. So this should simply be to account. Okay, so that is that, and in this case the TS fee will simply be 00, and Do I pretty much need this? But then again, let's just have it. So we are going to have a deposit in this scenario, and this should be the computed amount. And so that is that for the creating of the account transaction. So that pretty much brings us to the end of creating a card and providing the transaction detail at the end of the day for creating that particular card. So we are going to move back to our card service, and right here we want to define the crediting of a card. So just like what we have previously during the creation of a card, we are going to have two scenarios whereby the accounts or the amounts or the amount will be subtracted from the particular account, which is the USD account, and the card will be credited with that amount. So we are going to save two transactions again. So we will just have to scroll up to the top. So we want to take this part from here. So this is the two part we want. So I'll simply Control C this and we'll paste it right here and right here. Okay. We are also going to be getting our USD account. So it's basically just straightforward. So let's see what we have here. So I'm taking this one act of this definition again and scrolling down, simply highlight this Alt-J to pick the next line, and then I'll simply paste it here. So we have these ones as well. Now we want to get the card of the user. So in order for us to get the card, we're going to have card is equal to the user dot get card. Okay, so we are still going to repeat exactly the same thing right for this particular user. So this should be right here. And if we take a proper look at what we have here, though we are getting the USD account, and we are not yet updating the USD account, and also we are not updating the balance of our card. So we have to do just that. So this should be card dot set balance, and in the case of debit, it's going to be the card dot get balance subtracted by the amount. Okay, and this will have a TX fee of 0 as well. So there is no charges between transferring between the card and the amount. And I'll simply pick this one out, Control C, and right here I want to paste it underneath and want to set the balance again. And in this, want to get the balance, and in this scenario, since it's of type credit, we want to add that value. So I'll also have to specify the type here. We have a debit type. So this, they are practically just straightforward. And we have to now update our USD account. So this should be USD account dot set balance, and this should be dot get balance plus, or perhaps not plus but subtraction, that is the minus the amount. So I'll copy this, Control C, and it should be placed right here. In this case, we are going to have a plus amount. So that is that for the creation of the debit and the credit of USD card. So right here, let's take a look at the credit card definition at first. So we have the USD account, and we have gotten it already using the code and the user ID. Now we are practically just setting the balance of our USD account by subtracting the amount in question from the initial balance or the previous balance of that USD account. And now we are creating an account transaction that is related to our USD account for this crediting of the card. specifying the amount. Now in this case, it shouldn't be amount minus one, but simply amount. So I'm going to take this part out of the picture. So this is a type dot withdraw. Okay, and we have a transaction fee of 00. This is the user as the owner of this transaction, as well as the account that is associated with this transaction. Now we are getting the card now from our user instance, and we are setting the balance of this card to be the previous balance plus the new balance or the new amount that is to be added to this card. Finally, we create a card transaction, and just to be on par, that is probably correct, we have to return the value that is returning from this create card transaction. So I'll simply paste my return statement before the create card transaction. I'll simply do the same thing for this debit card. Okay, so this should be placed right here on the space. So instead of having a -1 again, I'll simply take this part out of the picture, and we have a type of deposit, not of withdrawal. So I'll have to change that. So let's go over this. We have our USD account being called. We set the balance to add the amount to the previous balance that is inside of our USD account, after which we create an account transaction with our APA instance. And of course, this create account transaction, we save this transaction to our database. So back to my card service class, we are getting the card one more time from the user, after which we set the balance of the card by subtracting the amount that is to be transferred to the USD account, and then we are simply returning the transaction from this particular operation, so the transaction details. So that is that. And as you can see, if I am to over around this, like I stated, it says inline value 00 for this particular parameter, but that would not always be the case. Now in scenarios where that is not the case, we have to make sure that it's practically is implemented for that kind of scenario, just for future sake. So we leave this one as is without inlining a value of 0. So that is that for the creation of a card, the debiting of a card, as well as the crediting. Now all we have to do now is test all of this logic and implementation, of which I'll be doing, and then I'll walk you through the process of how I've set it up in Postman, just like I've done previously or prior to this particular point in time. So right now we are going to go on to test our implementation. So I'll simply run the application, and there's pretty much something I missed out on before running this application, is the fact that this particular create method of our CardController class will throw an exception. So you should as well go ahead and include this this to your method signature. Okay, so that is that. So I'll open up my terminal to see what we have. The console is building up, and while it's building up, I want to open a new client I've downloaded, and this does exactly what Postman is doing. Though I stated I'll be making use of Postman for the testing, which I've been doing for quite some time now, but for some reasons which I can't just phantom or get to know right now, Postman has refused to start for me. So I had to even uninstall and uninstall, and I still had the same issue. So I had to get Testfully. So Testfully is an alternative to Postman, and pretty much I kind of imported or perhaps created all of the requests we have in Postman for this particular user. Now we have this card creation API call, so I'll click on it, and it's loading. And here I've pretty much defined the authorization. So this is how you go about the authorization. Just specify the type of authorization, and here we have basic auth, we have no auth, just like we had in Postman. So I'll simply click on bearer token, and this is my JWT token. So right here you can provide a prefix, but I'm providing a prefix exactly in before the token value. So the prefix is simply bearer. So take note of that. So I'll go ahead and create this particular card. So I'll simply send this request, and hopefully we are going to get a clear response. Okay, we have a 403. So let us quickly take a look at what we have on our run terminal. So we have this exception. Let's scroll to the top, and we can see that new rules for relation transaction, it simply validates transaction type check. Okay, so let's go down a bit. So we can see some insert statements right here. So we are inserting new transaction 1, 2, and the third transaction is the transaction that seemed to have failed. So if I'm to scroll down a bit to get more about where this error is coming from, I can see that we have a class and a method from our own application. So I'll click on this, and it's on our CardService line 89 of our code. So we have this right here. So this is where our error is emanating from. So we'll have to fix that. And the thing about this is that this this request didn't turn out to work properly, but then again, I believe our card has been created. So I'll move to my terminal, and yeah, I already logged into PostgresSQL command line. So this should be, so let's start from card, and I'll end out the semicolon. And you can see that we have a new card that has been created. But since this card has been created, we believe that we are supposed to have a transaction associated with it, which should be of type credit. So I'll simply Control C this. I want to select from transaction where the card ID is equals to this value. So this should be, okay, and we have 0 rows. So this is practically not what we want. So in a scenario where any of the transaction fails, we want to ensure that there's a rollback, and to ensure of that, we have to annotate this particular class. So if I'm to annotate this class with a transactional, this should be a transactional. If I make a request in the future and it so happens that any of the request or any line of code that has to do with the database fails, it's going to roll back and ensure that changes from that particular method is not implemented. So what I'm trying to say is that I'll go ahead now back to my terminal, okay, and just before that, I'll simply restart the application. So I'll stop and rerun, and back to my terminal, I simply want to delete all of the rows from our card. So this should be, so we have deleted our card role. So I'll move back to test fully. So let's see what we have here. So right here on test fully, application have started, I think so. So this should be okay. It's still building up. So immediately it's finished building up, we are going to send a request again to create a card for our logged in user. So back to test fully, I'll send this request again. See, okay, we've got a network error. Let's see if it has started. I'll click on this icon. Okay, it's still building up, and I wonder why it's taking this long. Okay, so right here we have it. So back to test fully, we're going to send this request again. So when I click on send, we are still going to have the same exception thrown at us, okay? But then again, this time around, there will be a rollback because the card will not be created. So when I'm to click on select from card, we'll have 0 rows. So that is what the transactional annotation does for us. So let's go ahead and update all of our service class with this particular annotation. So I'll scroll to the top and just highlight this back to my service package, not JW, but my user service that has to do with communication with my database. So then we have the account service. So I'll annotate with this as well. And yeah, that is pretty much it. So annotating this account service class with this transactional will also kind of ensure that the helper class in a way has been annotated with transactional, because all of the methods we have here, all of the methods that we are going to be calling from the account helper class are inside of a method that is defined here. So that is that for this. So now we can go ahead and take a look at what we have for the exception to be very sure of what to change. So it says right here that new rule for relation transaction violates check constraint, which is transaction underscore type underscore check. So from here we can practically tell that it's as a result of a feed inside of our transactions class, which is the type of transaction, and it so happens that this exception was not thrown for, I'll collapse this. So this exception was not thrown for the creation of an account transaction, but it so happened that for that of a card, the exception was thrown. Okay, so let me go ahead. At first, let's change this value from a type of credit to a type of withdraw that has been specified for that of the account type. Let's see if this exception will still be thrown. So I'll change the value. Okay, and I'll simply restart our application. Now to test again, that since we've changed that value, I'll simply send. So I believe we'll get a 200 OK with our card being sent back to us right here on testfully. So we have the details of our card, the card number, and so on and so forth. So we even have the card holder name, the time it's to expire, which happens to be 2027, and the CVV as well as other details. Now we are to hard code the billing address, so I'll do that in a moment from now. And here we can see that the list of transactions for this particular card is null, right? So let's see how that came about. So we have to set the transactions for this card. So let's move back to our application. So right, if I'm to go over to the card transaction, okay, we are passing our card, but for some reason, the transaction associated with the card is not being called, probably because of the JSON ignore feed inside of our card class. Now, what we have to do to ensure that this works properly fine is that we have to restart our application, which I'll be doing. So I think it's due to the fact that I already defined these two values, withdraw, deposit, and conversion, before that of credit and debit inside of my type enum. That is the reason why the database during the creation didn't include those two particular values. So I'll have to move to my resource directory. Inside of application.properties, we want to set our DDL auto from update to create job. Okay, so I'll simply start the application. So this just changed a lot of things. So all of the data we already have stored inside of the database will be dropped, and we have to go over the process again. So of which I'll simply go over it myself, and immediately I'm done, I'm going to walk you and look you through the changes. Okay, right now I've implemented the necessary changes, which I'll show you and explain a bit in the code. So let us take a look at what we have here. I've created an account for a new user I've created, and right here instead of card creation API call, which we've been looking at, I'll simply send this request again, and we have the card being created. And in addition to that, let's see if we have the transaction still being printed. We still have a transaction of null because of the first type of lazy that we've defined. Now we want to debit from our card, so let us take a look at what we have for the debit. Now for the body, we won't specify anything because the amount will be passed in as a value or the variable. So right now we want to debit an amount of 1. Let's see. We have, so let's at first credit the card because we only have a value of 1 USD, as the balance of the card. So I'll simply send, and we have a 403. So let me quickly take a look at what we have on the console. So right here we see what we have. Okay, it says fail to legally initialize the collection of roll, okay, card.transactions. So I'll move to my card class. Okay, right here I'll scroll down a bit. So right here we want to annotate with our JSON ignore, and yes, that is the one I want. And let's take a look at our application of properties file. So I'm still updating my values. And back to my card class, I want to start the application now. So while the application is pretty much starting up again, let me just give you a brief walkthrough of the changes I've made. Now, if we take a look at our transaction class, I've annotated all of the enum with this particular annotation enumerated, and I've specified the value of enum type.string. So this ensures that the value is being stored as the string value of the particular enum type that we've defined. So if we have a status type of complete, it's going to be stored as completed inside of our database. So initially, the default that it's used or it employs from Spring is ordinal. Okay, now ordinal will just indicate the number or the particular index of that enum type in the enum definition. So I'll simply undo that. So if we take a look at the enum type, what we have status. So this is going to have a value of 0. This is going to have a value of 1 inside of our database. So that it was the default before I applied this particular change. So that is that. So I'll move back to my, to my testfully, not trustfully. So we have testfully. So I'll send this request again, and we should get our transaction detail back as the response, hopefully. Okay, so yes, that is what we pretty much got. So we have the transaction detail being sent back as the response, and we can see that we have a fee of 0, and this transaction type is of type credit, and we have the card that is associated with this particular transaction, and the card as well is even taken alongside the owner of this transaction. So we have a couple of reads from our DB. So that is that. Now for our owner feed inside of our transaction class, it should still be something very important to annotate with at JSON ignore. So I'll move to my transaction class, and we want to scroll down to this owner feed. So I'll simply annotate with that JSON ignore. So I'll simply copy this and repeat for this one and this one as well. So that is that. So we are going to move back to our card class as well, and for the owner feed we want to repeat the same thing. Okay, so if I'm calling a card, I'll simply just call the card without any other data associated with it, so it makes the call very fast instead of it taking much more time. So I'll move back to my test fully, and we want to simply call our card endpoint, and for that I'll simply duplicate this particular call. Okay, and I'll simply change the name, card API call, and this should be a get function, a get method, and it's to be to the card endpoint. So I'll simply save this time around, and then I want to send so that we can get the balance of the card. So we have a balance of 1 still for this particular user, and it simply implies that our update didn't get executed as it's supposed to be. So let's see how we can make a change to that. So right here, I want to select everything from my account list. So this should be select. Okay, it shows clearly that the account has been debited, but if I'm to select from the card, we still have a balance of 1. So I have to move back to my application and let's see what we have inside of our card service class. Okay, and in particular the logic of crediting a card. So we scroll down a bit. So right here inside of credit card, yes, we are setting the balance and pretty much we are doing the same thing right here. But at the end of the day, we failed to update the card. So I'll ensure that we are updating the card. So this should simply be card repository dot save. Okay, and we're going to pass in our card. So I'll repeat the same thing for my debit method. I believe I missed that as well. So I'll simply save it right here. Now, if you take a close look at these two methods, both the debit and the credit, they're pretty much almost of the same implementation. We can combine them into one function. So I'll leave that as an assignment for you on your part to practice with that. Now I'm going to stop and rerun. And I want to be very sure of my implementation, after which I'll have to commit my code. So this ensures we follow good software development practice. So now I want to make that credit call again, after which we are going to call our card details. So I'll simply send this request again. Okay. And we can see our amounts that's been sent back for our transaction details. And then I want to get the card again, so I'll simply send. And we have a balance of 201. So for the card debit, let us debit a balance of 101 and not 191 but 101. So I'll change that and then I'll send this request again. So we have the amount, the transaction fee, and then when I call my card again, we have a value of 100 as the new balance. So that is it for the card details as a whole. We've done everything that has to do with the getting of the card, the debiting, the creation of the card, as well as the crediting of the card. The only thing remaining is the deletion of the card, and we are going to be doing that and implementing that when we finish building our client application. So I'll kind of come back to this server application. I'll update a couple of things. So that is that for the card details. Let us start off by implementing our transaction controller, which happens to be what comes next. Okay, right now we are going to take a very close look at what I have defined. So this is the transaction controller class. So I just pretty much just wrote everything myself, and I'll be walking you through the different methods that have been defined inside of this class. So just to save you the time and hassle of having to, code alongside with me on this part. Now, practically, this is more like second to the final stage of our server application for now, until we build our client application with React and also update some of the logic I said we'll be updating for our server application, after which we simply deploy to one of the cloud hosting platform, which I am not going to let you know which platform for now. Okay, till we get to that point. So right now we want to take a look at what we have here. So we have to get all transactions. Now getting all transaction has to do with the particular authenticated user, but then again we're passing in a page detail. Okay, the string page is coming from the request parameter. The reason for this is in most bank applications, transactions that are being carried by a user are numerous. Okay, and we want to ensure that our application won't get slowed down by as a result of querying lots of data from the database. So we want to page the list of transactions from our database. So that's why we have the request parameter of page being sent alongside this request of get mapping. So that is for calling the slash transactions endpoint. Now, if we want to call transactions that are related to a card, we have to pass in slash C, which simply indicates the C for the card, and then we have to pass the card ID next as the path variable. And in addition to that, we also have to pass in our request param that specifies the page, And finally, we want to ensure that only an authenticated user is getting requests based on the card ID. Okay, and if I'm to remove this part, then any authenticated user can simply call this endpoint with another user's card ID. So I want to ensure that yes, what we have is properly checked. Okay, so that is why we also have to pass in our user auth, and we can see that we have get transaction by card ID. And finally, right here we have the /a/account ID, which simply is kind of the replica of the card ID, but in this case we are getting a transaction based off of the account ID, still passing the same parameters, but the account ID in this scenario. So let us take a close look at what we have inside of our transaction service class. That is these three different methods that have been defined. So I'll click on this transaction service and let us scroll to the top. So right here we are getting all the transaction, and you can see that we are defining an instance of pageable which we are passing to our transaction repository. And for the case of the get all transactions, we are making use of the owner UID alone. So right here for the get transaction by card ID, we're making use of the card ID and owner UID. So why is it like this? Now the name of the method is find all by card ID and owner UID. Now inside of our transactions class, we have a feed called card, and inside of the card we have a feed called card ID. So if I am not to define it like this, Hibernate will not be able to understand, and as a result of that an exception will be thrown. So let me just give you a quick walkthrough of what I'm trying to explain. So when I open my project structure, I'm going to scroll over to repository, and let's take my card repository for an example, and then let's open up on JpaBuddy. I think this should be it. Okay, so I want to find a list of collections. So and I'll click on this. We are presented with this particular page, so I want to click on this one, and yes, so I want to find using a particular attributes. So let's take our transactions for example. Okay, and we can click on this. Let's see. So I'll click on OK, and then I click on OK. So let's see what we are going to have. You can see that find by owner underscore account underscore account ID. So that is pretty much what we have, but I can take out the underscore, and it still functions just as it is supposed to function. So I'm going to highlight all of this and I'm going to take them out. So that is what I am trying to explain to you. So though that was not from JpaBuddy, but I just have to come up with that because Spring JPA data JPA kind of it's kind of abstract. So doing it over and over again, you understand the concept. So that is for our transaction service, and like I said, they are all returning a page instance of which we can simply get the content. Okay, so just take a close look at it. I'll have to collapse this and take a close look at what we have right here. Pause the video and you can start the implementation on your own part. And yes, the same thing for the transaction repository. So these are the three different data method that it defines. Take note that they return a page of transaction, and we want to take a close look at the controller. So I'm just showing you all of this again so you can just pause the video and implement it on your own part, or you can as well get the code directly from the GitHub repository. So we still have the values right here, so just take a close look at it. Okay, now that is for that. Now from the very first beginning, when we start off the development of the application, I did say something about refining the code we are going to be writing. Okay, that's finally refining the application as a whole. So if I'm to open up my transaction service class, I also have defined two additional methods. First one is the create account transaction, and the second one is the create card transaction. So we want our transaction service to be the one that directly access our transaction repository. Now, if any other service wants to make use of our transaction repository, it should go through the transaction service class. So the reason I initially had all of this defined inside of the respective helper and service class of account and card respectively is due to the fact that I was yet to have a proper implementation for the transaction service class. So right now I have a dependency of transaction transaction service being defined inside of the account helper. As you can see it here, we no longer have the transaction repository directly injected into this account helper class. So this same also applies for our card service. So we want to take a look at where we've implemented the transaction service. So I'll simply search for that. So this should be transaction dot. Okay, so we have dot create account transaction, which initially was just create account transaction, but based on the fact that we've copied this method definition into our transaction service, we have to call our transaction service, and we no longer have a dependency of our transaction repository on our account helper class. So talking about the account helper class, let's also take a look at a couple of other fields or other methods I've defined. So I'll scroll down and we can see that we have the exist by code and owner UID. We have the find by code and owner UID, and we also have the save method. Okay, and this pretty much returns their respective value. When I'm to click on one usage, we see that it's being used inside of our card service. Okay, now the account helper helps the account service class. Yes, we know of that, but then again, we can get hold of the account helper since the account service and the account helper pretty much kind of help each other in a way. So we are getting hold of the account helper class instead in this scenario. So it's still much of a service to service communication. So my card repository is inside of my card service. My account repository is either inside of my account helper or inside of my account service class, and my transaction repository is inside of my transaction service class. So this kind of helps us abstract from having to call the the transaction repository inside of our card service class. So in that case, I'll just have all of the logic implemented inside of my account helper class, and I have all of the logic from the transaction repository implemented inside of my transaction service class. So it just mainly depends on what you are building, and abstraction really helps a lot when it comes to maintaining your application. So take note of that. And now the most beautiful part of everything is where Tabnine will come in efficiently more than you'd expect, and that is when it comes to the documentation of our code. But before we start implementing the documentation of our code, let us pretty much test what we've implemented right here, that is the transaction controller class, and make a couple of requests. Okay, so I'll open up testfully, and right here we have the user transaction call, which I've defined the request. We have the page, and we have the URL, and we specify the page parameter as a value that is equal to 0. Take note that it starts from 0. Everything in programming, every number list in programming starts from 0. Take note of that. So there should have been a proper way that I should have done this. That is by subtracting 1 from my server application. You can go ahead and implement that on your part, but for me, I'll leave it as 0 just for demonstration purpose. So I'll click on send. Okay, and we have the last 10 transactions being sent back. Okay, now these transactions are pretty much related to the user. Take note of that. Now let's go up a bit. So I'll change this value from 0 to 1, and let's send. So we only have one value, so it implies that we have about 11 transactions that have been carried out by the user. So let us take a close look at that of our card. So I'll click on this, and you can see that we specify /c/ the card ID, and we also specify the page. So I'll click on send, and we have a couple of transactions right here. And if I'm to change this value to a value of 1, I believe we won't have any transaction because the transactions that have been carried out by the card are less than just 10. Okay, so we also have for our account. So let's see, I'll simply send, and if I'm to have an account ID value that is not properly defined inside of our database, when I click on send, we are going to have an empty response back. So I'll undo that, Control Z. Then when I send again, we have our detail being sent back to us on our testfully client. So that is that for the creation of our or testing of our transaction endpoint. When it comes to code documentation, Tabnine has a lot to offer, the LLMs. So let us quickly start off with our entity package. So I'll simply open up Tabnine, or perhaps just leave it as is, and I'll scroll to the top, and we just want to click on document and let Tabnine do the whole of the job for us. So that is for our user entity class. Okay, so right now that we have it, I'll simply insert and we'll just go over it for a while. So now we can see that represents a user in the banking application, and this practically implements the user details interface. Let me collapse this so we get to see everything on a single line. And the author, I'll simply provide my name, IO code, and this is simply version 1. So unique identifier for the user. It pretty much goes on to comment on each of the different feeds that have been defined for this particular user instance or the user class. So that is that for the documentation. Now we can do one more for our user controller class. So I'll scroll to the top, and right here I already did that. I'll simply just redo it, and we have what um a proper Java doc comments right here. So it says this class is responsible for handling user related requests. It provides endpoints for user registration and authentication. So if another developer is to take a close look at what we have here, he or she gets an insight based of the comments that Tabnine has presented for us. So you can pause the video, which I'll simply just do not to bore you out or waste lots of your time. You can just simply repeat the same thing for all of the different classes that makes up this spectacular application. So that practically just brings us to the end of this first part. So in the second part, we'll be building the client application with React, after which we'll just make a couple of changes to this our server application, and then we are going to be hosting on a cloud platform, and that cloud platform is what I'll withhold for now. So when we get to that particular point or stage, you'll know the platform. So right now we are good to go, and please do subscribe to this channel, give this video a thumbs up, and let me know your thoughts on this particular amazing application in the comment section. Please do interact with the project or the videos I'm uploading, because it gives me much more inspiration to create other content, as well as your view or insight on any of my previous video will make me do better in the future videos. Okay, just so it suits what you all want. So that is that, and until the next one, keep being your best self. I remain your code. Peace out.